Hello, and welcome back to Doomed, solo playthroughs through Arkham Horror the card game with a focus on roleplay and storytelling. I'm wondering if people will be able to figure out what's different about the setup. I think it'll be obvious very soon, but for now anyway. Look, he's got wacky hair. He's streaming an hour earlier than usual. Things are wacky tobacky today. First of all, though, I will say, well, two things. One, if you're watching this on YouTube, hello, welcome. Wonderful to have you with us. There are timestamps down below. I meant to write this down. Shoot, I'm gonna have to grab. I have a pen. Okay, great. I meant to write down timestamps for when we're gonna draw our basic weakness, start the action, and the various scenarios that we're gonna play today. There's a pen. Let's see if I can find a notebook. Come here. Perfect. The second thing I want to say is that, Alex, welcome to Doomed. Wonderful to have you with us. I am terribly sorry that you're feeling so shit. It's not nice. And I hope you feel much better soon. If it will make you feel better to just watch some Arkham Horror the card game, and specifically to watch me get absolutely trounced by this new campaign, that'll be fun. Because here on Doomed, as per the intro, the point is not to necessarily optimize and win and, like, crush that new campaign or whatever. Okay. Sorry, Alex. That's really shit. I'm sorry. Welcome, Flower of August. Welcome to Doomed. Wonderful to have you with us. I was going to say I'm joined today by nobody. I'm joined today by a new investigator. New to me, anyway. What is the point of Doomed? Good question, Graspy Loop. The point of... Welcome in, Graspy Loop. Now, interesting you should say this, Flower. I'm going to come back to that. The point of Doomed, Graspy Loop, I would say, for me, is to try to experience the story as thematically as possible, while not actively trying to lose. It's very loud. I'm not trying to lose, obviously, but I'm trying to play as thematically as possible. What would my character do in any given circumstance? So if I have, a choice between two options that look sort of equally good in terms of achieving my objective, WWJD. What would... No, WWMSD. What would Mr. Streamer do? There we go, it's better. Yeah, I thought 150 episodes in, I thought I'd try something new. Graspy Loop. No, I know. I want to come back to something that Flower of August said. Will there be frost tokens? So, the short answer is no. So you can sign off now. Don't, though. Wait. I'm going to do that YouTuber thing. Wait! There's something really good at the end. Children of Blood is a new mini-campaign. Let me actually get the box. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my god, it's behind my coffee. Why did I do this? Why have I done this? Come here, you bastard. Ah! Ta-da! It's so cute! I love how cute this little box is. Children of Blood does feature blood tokens, which I will explain once we get into the campaign, but I'll give you the short here. Blood tokens are -1, reveal another token. Does that remind you of anything? If this skill test fails, seal a blood token revealed during this test on the performing investigator. And then if you have blood tokens sealed on you, bad shit presumably continues to happen as you've drunk blood. Now, that does sound an awful lot like frost tokens. So, I'm going to ask our resident frost token expert, Flower, given a choice between a curse or a frost, what would you rather have in the bag to represent blood tokens? The reason I'm not using blood tokens is because I have a bunch of very fancy tokens here, courtesy of, I'm not actually sure, but courtesy of the person I bought my collection from. And they don't have blood tokens. The blood tokens are cardboard, and I would immediately know if I reached into the chaos bag. So, let me know what you think. And, yeah. As always, of course, on Doomed, the plan is bingo. Yes, frostbite doesn't make you bleed, but it does hurt you. Okay, cool. Well, I've pulled out some curses just in case. Although my hope is that we never add any blood tokens, so... The plan for today, of course, is to introduce you to our new investigator, one of the new starter pack investigators for Chapter 2 of Arkham Horror, the card game, although he is a familiar face to those who have been playing before. He's from Chapter 1 as well. We're going to read our we're going to draw our random basic weakness from amongst the Chapter 2 options that have not already been chosen on Doomed. Then, we're going to dive into Scenario 1, and then depending on how that goes, my plan is to, like, clean up and set up and do Scenarios 2 and 3 all in the same stream. I may decide, and I think it'll depend on you guys, like, we always have times for tangents. You're not wrong, Graspy Chonkier. That's a good word. We always have time for tangents. Well, yeah. So I mean, Graspy, true both, but I do appreciate what you're saying. Yeah. So Flower, I am of the minority of people who, while I think like I really enjoy 8-part campaigns, that number is completely arbitrary based on how packs used to work. They don't work that way anymore, so I don't think we need to stick with it. However, it is a little sad to me to, buy a new campaign and be like, 3 scenarios and you're done. I love replaying campaigns, but there's nothing quite like your first time, if you catch my drift. Secret serial killers. I love it. So, I will say I am very much looking forward to a 5 scenario campaign, because I think already I'm aware that there's something in this campaign that has to do with like branching paths. I don't know what that looks like yet. So, and they seem to have a lot of rules to do with replayability, which I'll get to when we get there. What was the price? Now that's a good question, Graspy Loot. I will have to get back to you on that because I do not remember. Also, as I am always very happy to say when we are about to start Doomed, a note that I am playing in a home that has cats. Normally, the worst that they do is go and scratch around my computer and maybe pull out a cable. Here, there is a non-zero chance that a cat is going to jump up in the middle of the table. There's a non-zero chance. And in fact, I think as time goes on, that chance is just going to get bigger. So bear with me if that happens. Surely, Graspy Loot, yeah. I think they would justify it as like, oh, the replayability is higher for this reason and that reason and the other reason. And I will say, again, like when I think of Dunnage came in a big box with 2 scenarios. And then you had to buy 6 packs. Those packs were probably MRSP'd at like $20, $120 plus the box. Conservatively, $160, $170, $180, somewhere in there, right? Canadian dollars. And that would have been 10 years ago. So, who knows? I think it is less than that, although it is probably not less than half of that, but I would have to check. As always, of course, let me know if the sound and everything is all good. If a cat taps a card with health, that card takes a damage. Oh god. Flower, I'm gonna theoretically agree. And then my cat is gonna step all over my investigator and I'll die. So, you will have to see. Yeah, as always, let me know about music and so on. I'm trying to keep levels adjusted. I think we should get into it and talk about our brand new, to me, investigator. Well, there you go. Okay, so Graspy Loot does make a good point. I think, I'm looking forward to seeing how this deck upgrades over the course of a 3-part campaign. Because, yes, spending XP is definitely the best part of a game like this. Not the best part. It is definitely one of my favorite parts. Graspy Loot, challenge for you. Take an ascetic deck. You'll be really mad. Challenge not accepted. Flower, I'm excited to see if it has as well, and we will see that momentarily. But first, let me introduce you to our new investigator. Where's the time stamp gone? There it is. 15 minutes. Investigator. I'm just making notes for the inevitable VOD. There you go, Graspy Loot. This is Tommy Muldoon, the officer. Obviously, the quality on webcams is not perfect. Tommy Muldoon, the officer, is a police investigator. He's a guardian from Chapter 2. He's also in Chapter 1. His ability in Chapter 1 had to do with cards that soak damage and horror, and then he would get resources based on when they were defeated, which is an interesting take on a tanky guardian. Tommy Muldoon, the officer, has a deck size of 30, and he can take guardian and neutral cards 0 to 5, but that's it. Obviously, quick tangent, I'm very nervous about playing a campaign solo with the guardian. It's been a long time. It doesn't always work really well, so we'll have to see how this guy goes. But it feels correct, and we'll talk about it in a moment. He must take Becky, loose cannon, and 1 random basic weakness. I will be shouting, "You're a loose cannon, Muldoon," whenever I draw that card. I think, yeah, and Flower, I will say the campaign guide here also is like, you can play any of these scenarios standalone, you know, and that's sort of the intention almost. All right. While he was working with the Boston Police Department, Tommy thought there was no such thing as real monsters. When he got loaned out to the sleepy river town of Arkham, he learned he couldn't have been more wrong. That was almost a year ago at this point, and despite still being the new guy, he's pretty sure he's seen far more out here on the beat than anyone else on the force. Now he's working hard to prove he's not a laughingstock to the rest of the department, all while facing off against half the monsters in Arkham. And he's learned that not all monsters have fangs and tentacles. I appreciate in Chapter 2, I like it when the campaigns, or when the narrative doesn't kind of lean into the fact that, like, supernatural creatures might be real. People are always discovering it, but given canonically what's happened to Arkham with Cthulhu and the flooding and so on, I think it makes a lot more sense that people are like, yeah, you know, fangs and tentacles. Yeah, exactly, Flower. He is a newcomer to the Doomed verse. Yes, I never played him in Chapter 1, although I was thinking about it for a long time. And no, Graspy Loot, I haven't actually. What are they? Do you have to, like, I don't know, you keep all the trauma and XP, presumably? But let me know. I'd be curious. The next thing we need to do, of course, is talk about what Tommy does, and then draw a random basic weakness for him. Tommy Muldoon, the officer, has 9 health and 6 sanity, and he says, "This uniform means something. I'm reminded of that every time I put it on." Epic mode. Lose all your upgrades. Oh my god. What a disaster. Dude, that's so funny. Okay, so story assets, depending on the campaign, can be like absolute bangers, right? As we know, that's kind of the point. Oh no, I don't like that one bit. Not for me, thanks. I'm down for like doomed investigators to make a return here and there, but we'll see. If you see me looking around, it's because I'm looking for my cats. All right, so Tommy Muldoon's ability is now a lot simpler than his original ability from Chapter 1, which had to do with, as I said, soaking health and sanity. It just says action. Spend a resource, or discard a firearm asset you control from play. Play a firearm asset from your hand, paying its cost. It enters play with 2 additional ammo on it. So for $1, or for the cost of an empty gun, I can play a new gun with extra ammo. Easy peas, lemon squeeze. Firearms in Chapter 2, it's not that they've been powered up, it's that melee's been powered down a little bit, so we'll see. Tommy's got a gun. A Tommy gun, presumably. His Elder Sign effect is +1. Place an ammo on an asset you control with uses ammo. Very straightforward. He loves guns, our Tommy, and his starter deck came with a whole bunch of weapons and upgrades. Obviously, I'm playing solo, as you can see. Well, she's here, but that we'll introduce you to her later. Which means that I need a lot more clue tech than Guardians are kind of known for, which is why I'm a bit nervous. Oh, I see. Oh, God. Sorry, Flower. I thought I thought for some reason you meant arrow like action, and I was like, they didn't call it arrow. But yes, the various bow assets that exist in Chapter 1 use arrows now, as opposed to, you know, ammo, which is technically correct. All right, so what we next need to do is draw a weakness. It is 20 minutes. Weakness. All right. I have assembled all of the Chapter 2, one copy each of all of the Chapter 2 random basic weaknesses, minus 2 of them. Amnesia, which was already used in Doomed before, and Hunted, I think it's called Hunted, which was the one Izzy Barnes had. This still leaves me with 10 random basic weaknesses, so what we're going to do is shuffle them up and draw 3 and choose 1. I think I'll go to my top-down view. Let's see if you like it! Woohoo! Is it about the same as when I was at my desk? Yeah. Is it a bit better? Yes. Was it a lot more annoying to do? Also, yes. It sucks. But as always, let me know, if there's anything that you think could stand improvement. As we continue. All right. I'm going to deal out right on top of these cards here just to piss everybody off. And we're going to sleeve it up. Saturation. Oh, interesting, Flower. That I can fix. I think part of the reason they're glowing is, like, obviously the light does not reflect it reflects off of cards and stuff. But why don't we try to fix that? Is it this one? Uh-oh. Did I break it? Let's just see what happens if I do this. That's not nice. I don't like that at all. I'll keep it a little happy medium here. No, Graspy Loot. So that unfortunately is what it is. It's just meant to give you a sense of the board state, basically. I can pick up cards and kind of do this, which hopefully... Man, it doesn't even autofocus. Where is the focus? It's probably there, right? And I was looking into this as well. The issue... So document cameras exist, which are really high-res cameras that you can use either for photos or for video. But their field of view is very limited, as you would imagine, because they're just for scanning documents. Hey. I mean, Flower, hey, I'm not going to stop you, but, I'm not going to stop you here. Exactly, Graspy Loot. Don't let me cheat, everybody, okay? Let's have a look at our 3 random basic weaknesses. Lethal Curiosity, which I think was our friend Carolyn's. The Gold Bug. Wounded. What do we know about Tommy? Tommy Muldoon, cheat for the win! Tommy Muldoon is a cop. He's still kind of a rookie on that force, but he's been with Arkham for a year. He could have lethal curiosity, right? He could be a curious boy. What is the Gold Bug? It's a relic alchemy cursed. It's an accessory. I think it's got to be wounded, right? But let's have a look here. Whoop. Put Gold Bug into play in your threat area. It cannot leave play except by the below action. You get -1 health, -1 sanity. Action, shuffle it into your deck. This sucks, but it's good. I think it's got to be wounded because it's got to be, Tommy's injury here. Put Wounded into play in your threat area. The first time you move each turn, take a damage. Double action, discard Wounded. So this is interesting for me because, sometimes that's not going to be a problem because you won't be moving a lot. Or you just need to get to the end and resign. Just damage. But I will also say, Flower, you probably know the card pool about as well as I do. In Chapter 2, there are many fewer infinite, not infinite, but big, chunky soak assets. There are some. There's, protective vests, there's bodyguards. Alexi is a survivor card, so I can't take it. But that would be really good here, I think, right? I think it's a pretty straightforward choice. We're taken, wounded, and we're going to shuffle it into our deck. And then we're going to get into the scenario itself. Ah! My emergency cash! You saw nothing! I'm going to probably ask people to like, hey, tell me what's going on in your lives, guys, as I shuffle up and do a bunch of different things here. There we go. Oh, man. What are we at here? 25 minutes? I think we should just kind of dive in. I'll shuffle the encounter deck here as I ask wonderful people in chat, what's going on? How you guys doing? Okay. Yes, and as we did during our scenario with Izzy Barnes, I'm going to do some cuts for the deck, right? So we cut, and then we put the bottom card on the top of our deck. This is just a nice little ritual. And we're going to cut the encounter deck, and then we're going to put, well, we're going to put the top card on the bottom. There we go. Ah, shit. A bit harder to pick these cards up. Okay, well, I think you're about to learn a lot about the Guardian card pool, my friend. Let's have a little look at Children of Blood. To say that we actually believed in vampires or werewolves would be a carelessly inclusive statement. Rather, must it be said that we were not prepared to deny the possibility of certain unfamiliar and unclassified modifications of vital force and attenuated matter. Well, Flower, that's cool. You're here. And I appreciate that. Existing very infrequently in three-dimensional space because of its more intimate connection with other spatial units, yet close enough to the boundary of our own to furnish us occasional manifestations which we, for lack of a proper vantage point, may never hope to understand. H.P. Lovecraft, The Shunned House. Or as one of my other favorite podcasters put it, it's ya boy, H.P. Lovecraft. I think what he's getting at here is, it's not that I believe in vampires and werewolves and supernatural creatures, it's that our reality intersects with other realities in ways that we can't understand, and the manifestations of those in this world might be creatures of that nature. Children of Blood is a small campaign expansion for Arkham Horror the card game. It consists of 3 scenarios: Rivers of Blood, New Horizons, and Blood Money. Blood Money sounds like a good scenario. Okay, so there's 2 additional rules and clarifications. There's a new keyword, and then there's a new token type, blood tokens. I've already kind of explained it. I think I'll just kind of go through some of the rules really quick. Not this whole fucking page. Basically, blood tokens are -1 draw another token. And that's all. There's no... The frost tokens had an additional effect, which was if you draw a second, you fail. That doesn't exist here. It's just -1 draw another. If this skill test fails, seal a blood token revealed on Tommy Muldoon, on the performing investigator. No more than 3 blood tokens can be sealed on a single investigator. No more than 12 blood tokens can be in the chaos bag and sealed on investigators. So, kind of like curses and blesses, there's a hard cap to how many can exist. A blood token added to the chaos bag remains in the chaos bag from scenario to scenario. And then there's a new keyword, which we will probably see right away. It is Predator. This is an interesting one, and I understand immediately what it's going to do. During the enemy phase, after hunters move and before enemies attack, ready unengaged enemies with the Predator keyword deal 1 damage to a non-elite enemy at their location with a fight value lower than their own. Given a choice, a Predator will deal its damage to the enemy with the lowest remaining health. In the core set, the Arkham Chapter 2 core set campaign, which I'm trying to remember the name of. Fuck, Children of Flame. What was it called? Flame something? Flames on the side of my face. Anyway, we were introduced to bystanders. which were little 1 health weenie enemies that had a new keyword, doomed, which meant if you killed them, they put a doom on the agenda. Predators are going to hunt doomed enemies. For sure, that's the plan. And I'm scared. Yeah, exactly. Well, so, yeah, I think that'll be the plan, Flower, but we'll see, right? I think they could still hunt other creatures, which might make for a nice bit of strategy. Okay, campaign setup. We've chosen Tommy Muldoon, we've assembled our deck, we've chosen the difficulty level, standard. Is that a good idea? Time will tell. Our chaos bag has been assembled. +1, it's very basic. +1, 2 zeros, 3 -1s, 2 -2s, a -3, a -4. So -2 is pretty good. 2 skulls, a tablet, an elder thing, an elder sign, and a tentacle. Note, no cultists. Cultists usually represent the machinations of people, and we haven't seen any yet, so that's the plan. Here we go. My favorite part. Also, there's been a lot of talk about art in the new Chapter 2, and rightfully so in some cases. Some when I think of Netrunner as well, there every so often a card would come out and people would go, what happened? Who approved this? You know, it's like, can we not send it back to the drawing board? But I would like to draw your attention to some of the art that exists, at least in these little things. I think this is gorgeous, personally. I love the look. I love the Nosferatu reference. Just lovely. Prologue. Everyone ready? Everyone sitting comfortably? That one's good. We'll see if I have any in my deck that I'm like, ugh. The cold autumn wind blows through the streets of the city of Arkham, the cobblestones wet from the rainstorm earlier that day. Moody. The sun has since cleared, and overhead a field of stars is watched by a full moon. Oh, good. Oh, good, Flower. Okay. Yeah, if you are at the edge of your seat, at the edge of the earth, just be careful not to tip over. It is under... Thank goodness. Although, I do have hand crank flashlight spoilers, Graspy Loot, which I don't love, but not that it's gross, just that it's... It is under the yellow glow of the streetlights that you have made your way to Arkham's waterfront district, formerly known as Rivertown, before the Miskatonic burst its banks some month ago, brackets, when we were taking on Cthulhu in... Holy shit, I've forgotten all the nouns in the whole world. That campaign was the last campaign released in Chapter 1. It was called The Drowned City and Marion Tavares. Canonically, that campaign has happened. Although people don't remember Cthulhu, surprisingly enough. That's what they looked like. Grim paranoia has gripped the waterfront district. In the wake of a series of murders and disappearances, the working-class residents in the area are afraid to go out at night. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Oh, no, that's so fair. Is that true? Did they also look like they were wielded by anime protagonists? Because that's what I feel the art looks like. Just my 2 cents. They go to work at the river docks, the train yards, or the New Horizons meat-packing facility, then rush home before darkness overtakes the city. Pedestrians look over their shoulders and hurry past dark alleys. Something is hunting the people of this district. With Detective Reynolds of the Arkham PD, you have been working to get to the bottom of what's going on, and there have been precious few leads. That is, until tonight. Just another reason why I was born in the wrong decade. Graspy Loot. Okay, so Tommy, the rookie, has been assigned to this case, obviously. This case. It's not a case. There's just been disappearances and murders happening along the waterfront district. Right, of course. That does actually make a lot of sense. Yeah, it's all making a lot of sense. Detective Reynolds has taken Tommy under his wing, so to speak, and they're going to investigate together. Let's hope that's a story asset I get access to. You've been called to the waterfront district by a concerned citizen. Christopher Stern has invited you to his home on Water Street with promise of more information in exchange for help in a personal matter. Mr. Stern's promise of information and request for assistance end up being one and the same. With painful effort, he recounts how his wife Julia, is an employee at the New Horizons facility. She had been taking longer and longer shifts, such that she began leaving for work before the sun came up and returning home after it had gone down. Over time, she grew cold and distant, eventually sleeping in a separate room and, in Christopher's words, hiding herself from him. I wonder what's going on with Julia. I wonder if that could be anything to do with the character on the front of the art here, or the front of the box. He found her in the alleyway behind their home 3 days ago. In the light of the waxing moon, he saw the woman who used to be his wife crouched over the corpse of their neighbor. She was feeding on the body, greedily drinking the man's blood. When he called her name, she fled into the shadows. Christopher followed her, but quickly lost track. She moved with such inhuman swiftness that all sign of her was lost to the night. Vampire, celerity. Okay, we like it. What's worse, when he returned to the alleyway, the neighbor's body was nowhere to be found. Mr. Stern spent the next couple of days searching feverishly for any sign of his wife. Despite what he witnessed, he seemed to resist the notion that she had changed into some kind of monster. Now, however, with more and more stories circulating the district each night, he knows something had to be done. This is a good lead for the cops for Tommy to have here. If they can find Julia Stern, then maybe they can figure out what happened to her, and is she the person that's been performing these murders? Yes, Ripley? Don't jump up on the table. Please, I'm begging you. If you are playing on hard or expert, if you are playing on hard or expert difficulty, each investigator may begin the campaign with 5 bonus experience. You may upgrade your decks before starting the first scenario. This is also, I think, they're going to probably do away with investigators in Chapter 2 who have extra XP to start. And then they're going to do things like this, where the campaigns are changed based on difficulty more than anything. Scenario 1, River of Blood. Whatever you have to do to stop her, to stop that thing, Christopher says to you as you prepare to set out in search of Julia. Just do it! You spend the night searching frantically through the waterfront district, but are unable to locate anything conclusive. You retire for a restless night, and hope to have better luck in the morning. Setup! Gather all cards from the following encounter sets. So I've done all this because I knew that if I was going to set up 2 more scenarios, it's going to take forever and ever. But, of note, there are a couple encounter sets from the core, and it says if you're playing on hard or expert, don't gather these encounter sets, instead gather these encounter sets. And then additionally, if there's 3 or 4 investigators in the game, gather all cards from this encounter set. Hi, Ripley. Yeah, good cat, good cat. Are you the creature that's been stalking the waterfront district of Arkham? Yeah. It is, yeah, so Graspy Loot, I feel like that's something that this campaign has introduced, which I think they're probably going to pull through the rest of them in this chapter, whenever it kind of, however long it lasts. They're making it, as opposed to just like, because, sorry, I'll point out here, the scenario reference does have a hard expert side. Oof, that's hard to read. Yeah, maybe I do need to upgrade my camera. Ripley. God. What else did I want to say here? Oh, Alex, I didn't even realize you had resubscribed. My apologies, I must have been out of the room. Thank you very much for the resubscription. Ripley? Oh my god. Oh, it's happening. It's happening! Ripley! Yeah. Oh, good cat. I think as opposed to having just scenario effects and token effects change, they're also doing things like, harder encounter sets, but more XP. Like, it's just a different experience now, but it's the same story. And it lets them keep the same cards, which is smart. Alright, I'm turning the page, Ripley. Oh my god, please go sleep somewhere, Ripley. I've laid out the scenario horizontally as opposed to vertically. Put each location into play as follows. Here's another one. If you're playing on easy or standard, you put the dawn locations of you put the dawn versions of locations into play, and if you're playing on hard or expert, you put the dusk locations into play, presumably higher shroud, different effects, etc. Each investigator begins play at Water Street. Spawn 1 waterfront civilian enemy at Main Street. If there are 3 or 4 investigators in the game, spawn 1, blah, blah, blah. Gather each copy of the Julia Stern enemy. I'm going to do all this once I've pet Ripley a little bit, guys. I hope you're all right with that. Oh. Yeah, you think I'm streaming Drew Crew, don't you? Yeah. What a cutie. If you are playing on easy, set Julia Stern on the run aside out of play. If you're playing on standard, Julia Stern stalking the streets. If you're playing on hard or expert, Julia Stern preying upon Arkham. So the enemy also scales depending on difficulty, as opposed to just like, oh, +2 health and the tokens are harder. There's a lot of effects here. We are playing on standard, so I have set aside Julia Stern stalking the streets. Set the following cards aside out of play. Remaining waterfront civilians, night feeder enemies, infected encounter set, Detective Reynolds story asset, and the Fang of Zbuara Morte story asset. I don't know what that means. Shuffle the remaining encounter cards to create the encounter deck. Shuffle the top 2 cards of the encounter deck together with the set-aside Julia Stern enemy. Place one of them face down at random beneath each lair location. You're ready to begin. Alright, Ripley, this has been really nice. I gave you as long as I could. Oof! Let's sleeve up Julia Stern, because she needs to go face down beneath the location, apparently. So I guess the idea here, we'll see as we go, is that we are going to be... So Tommy is here at Water Street, and there's a waterfront civilian at Main Street. Good lord, that's far? Are we sure? Main Street, so far. Waterfront civilian. Victory 0, 1/1/1, aloof, doomed. Which means if he is defeated, we place a doom on the agenda, which can cause the agenda to advance. It's like an Ancient Evils on a card. Spawn, well, there's a spawn effect, but it told us to spawn here at Main Street. Action parlay test will power 2. If you succeed, set this enemy aside out of play. So, a willpower test to get him out of here without having been doomed, and of course, prey or predator will hunt him. What else do I need to do? I think I need to shuffle. Oh, I've put a bunch of other cards aside out of play. I need to put Julia Stern stalking the streets in a thing here. I've already shuffled the encounter deck, so I will put these 3 face down cards, and then I'm supposed to put them beneath the layers. I'll explain the map as we go here. Water Street is connected to the warehouse, Waterfront Warehouse, and Garrison Street. These guys, this little triangle here, is connected to Irwin Bridge, which is obviously a bridge into a different part of town. River Docks, Main Street, Back Alley, which are the 3 layers, and they're on the east side. I'm going to call them the east side of the map. There's also... Oh, sorry. This is a layer, this is a layer, and this is a layer. Oh my god, sorry. I was very wrong. I thought the layers were all together. Back Alley is way the hell over here. Waterfront Warehouse is here. Might have Julia Stern at it. And Uninvited Isle. Uninvited Isle is not connected to any locations, which means there must be a way to get there, but we'll see later. It says, while enemies are moving, Uninvited Isle is considered to be connected to River Docks and vice versa. Oh, to River Docks and vice versa, so I'm going to put it up here. Okay, I'm going to put 1 face-down card under the 3 layers. Again, presumably there'll be a way to pull these out, because we're going hunting for Julia Stern! If we get really lucky, we might just go get her from the warehouse right away. Who knows? Okay, we have set up. We're going to read our agenda and our act. No, we're going to draw our encounter cards. 45 minutes. 44 hand. All right, my friends. It is time to have a swig of coffee. Tommy Muldoon is investigating the waterfront district, looking for signs of Christopher Stern's wife, Julia Stern, who has become some sort of monster. We're going to draw our opening hand, and then we're going to read our agenda and our act. All right, everybody? Let's do it. Let's get doomed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. Can you all kind of see these? There's a weakness, which is, you're a loose cannon, Muldoon. I'm going to set that aside out of play, and I'm going to redraw into an emergency cache. Cache turn 1, gun. There's actually a couple of guns here, and I have a feeling I'm going to need many of them. What's important, though, I need clue tech. Scene of the crime is really, really good for multiple clue locations at level 0. So I'm going to set the service revolver and bounty aside out of play, and I'm going to draw into a vicious blow and the other service revolver. Okay. Obviously, Tommy's not going anywhere without his guns. Tommy has a M1911, which is sort of akin to the 45 automatic from the original core set, and a service revolver, which is a cheaper asset, but it can only fight after an enemy attacks you. So it's sort of, what does it remind me of? Sort of Daniela on a stick, I guess? Alright. No, yeah. No, exactly. So we've got an M1911 and a service revolver, and now I have too many weapons. And an emergency cache. So I'll be able to actually play them and use Tommy's ability to get extra ammo. I've got my 5 resources. Let's have a look at our agenda. Agenda 1A. Jesus, sorry guys. Oof, yeah, it's not going to be visible. The first day. Julia Stern is hiding somewhere in the waterfront district. You'll need to look around and see if you can find the monster's lair before she emerges to kill again. Foredoom. 4doom is not a lot of doom. That's, I'm scared. Forced, when the enemy phase ends, if Julia Stern is at a lair location, flip her face down, discarding all tokens and attachments, place her beneath that location, along with the top card of the encounter deck. Otherwise, if Julia Stern is ready, she moves once towards the nearest lair. So, if you can get, if she is out somewhere on the board, she's going to try to get back to her lair. Act 1A, locate the lair. The creature has gone into hiding. You'll need to find her lair and draw it out. Objective, when Julia Stern enters play, immediately advance. She's hiding beneath one of the lair locations, as we know. Yeah, let's read that again, Flower. I think you're right. When the enemy phase ends, if she's at a lair, flip her face down, even if she's engaged. Otherwise, if she's ready, she moves once towards the nearest lair location. I think she also has Hunter, so she might also hunt. Isn't she married already? Look, welcome to Doomed. Wonderful to have you with us. Sorry, the engaged joke in Arkham is perfect, but never has it been used to such incredible effect. I'm charmed. She is, although I have a feeling Christopher probably will have grounds for divorce. Reason, my wife is a blood-drinking, murderous creature now. Action. Investigators at the same lair location spend 2 clues as a group, not 2I, just 2. 2 clues as a group. One at a time, draw each face-down encounter card beneath your location. If you draw Julia Stern this way, place a resource from the token pool on her as a snare. Sounds good. Objective, when Julia Stern enters play, immediately advance. So, we need 2 clues, and we gotta go to the different lairs. And, like, my hope is that she's right here. That would be amazing, right? At the warehouse. We've got our opening hand. Let's have a look. Water Street. A line of quiet houses run along Water Street, overlooking the Miskatonic River. Lights are on, and people walk the street, unaware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Guys, what a mess. What a messy board. I wonder if it had something to do with the cats. I'm hoping, Flower. Water Street is a 2-shroud, 1-clue location. Where are my clue tokens? 2-shroud is... Oh, I should have mentioned. I didn't say this ages ago. We know what Tommy's ability is. He has, much like in the first chapter 1, 3 willpower, 3 intellect, 4 combat, and 2 agility. Actually, though, aren't those are Roland's stats? Were they... No, Tommy originally was 3, 2, 4, 3, I think. So he has Roland's stats now, and I'm thrilled that he has 3 intellect. Water Street. Action. You go looking for help. Search the top 9 cards of your deck for an ally asset and add it into your hand. Shuffle your deck. Limit once per turn. That's really good because I think my ally is going to actually be very useful here. So I may be doing quite a bit of setup, my friends. I have money, I have a gun, and I can maybe get an ally out. Maybe. Do we action search the top 9 cards of my deck for an ally, knowing that I only have 2 allies in this deck? 2 copies, I mean. Or do we just get to it? I don't have any ability to investigate other than with my intellect. I should have mentioned as well. The scenario card. There are 2 skulls. Skulls minus X, the current agenda numbers. They're currently -1s. Tablet -2 if you fail and are at a lair location. Take a horror. Elder Things. -3. If you fail and there are 1 or more sealed blood locations... If you fail and there are 1 or more blood tokens sealed on your investigator, after it resolves, release 1 and take a damage. So, a good number of -1s in the bag right now. Which means maybe I just take a kick at trying to get this clue. I think it's a very simple first turn. Emergency cash gets us $3. Tommy stands looking out over the Miskatonic River. It's daytime. People are going about their daily business, going to work. He notes that there's a sort of feeling of, like, nervousness that pervades the atmosphere. He's going to gear up and make sure he has what he needs before he goes anywhere else. Emergency cash, his emergency cash, will get me 3 resources, and then I'm going to use Tommy's ability to spend a resource to play an M1911, which is a gun. It costs me 4 resources, 1 from the ability and 3 from the cost. It uses 4 ammo, but it will enter play with 6 ammo on it. And it says, spend an ammo, fight, you get +1 combat, and deal +1 damage. And then I think I'm just going to take a punt at trying to investigate Water Street. Let's see if he can maybe just talk to people. I'm going to investigate 3 to 1. -1. Clue. Fantastic. A good start, Mr. Muldoon. Tommy starts speaking to people about, yes, you'd better believe it, Flower. I think Flower, I think as you well know, there was, if you were playing Guardian specifically, unless you were doing a gun build with like a bunch of upgrades and stuff, which is totally valid and a lot of fun, I think. Like, I loved playing Mark that way, I loved playing Tommy that way with Becky. The guns were overcosted and underpowered compared to, like, Machete, even at level 0. Obviously something like Cyclopean Hammer, right? I think they needed a little bit of love. And now, 6 ammo, maybe not this campaign, I don't know, but, like, normally I think that might last me kind of all scenario. It's very good, though. Okay, Tommy starts speaking to people on the docks. He's flashing his badge. Hey, just investigating some of the mysterious goings-on. People are all too happy to talk to Tommy and be like, oh, this is... I heard something happened to that Stern woman, blah, blah, blah. Exactly, Graspy Loot. Why restrict? Why shoot head when you can bash head for no ammo instead? In the enemy phase, the waterfront civilian does not hunt, which means we draw a card and gain a resource. I'm going to draw a card. Guts, which will be very nice to help parlay that waterfront civilian. We go ahead and place 1 Doom on the agenda. We're at 1 out of 4 Doom. Tommy is ready to investigate the warehouse, which is the waterfront warehouse, which is relatively near to where he was staying. Where he started his investigation. He's looking around with some suspicion. Let's see what the encounter cards bring. Child of Blood! A monster! Natch. The piercing eyes, the bloody claws, the chilling screech. The creature is no longer human. Tommy ducks down an alleyway headed towards the warehouses. There's tall buildings around him that seem to sort of shade his... that seem to shade the alleyway. There's a sound of scritching sort of around the corner, and as he peers around, he can see a man slumped against the wall. A wino, no doubt. Perhaps some sort of drug addict. As he gets closer, he can see the man's throat has been torn out. His stomach opened up. Someone is feeding on him. Child of Blood is a 3 fight, 2 health, 3 evade enemy, humanoid monster. Hunter, prey, the most sealed blood tokens. So she spawns engaged with me. And now that is my problem for the entire first turn. Okay, I have a scene of the crime. So I could drag her somewhere and maybe get some clue. Oh, no, but scene of the crime is only first action, so that is less good. What's my music doing here? Okay, we're back around to the investigator phase. I think we just need to put this creature down. Tommy leaps back, pulls out his M1911. My hand is comprised of a guts, a vicious blow, a service revolver, which is another gun, and a scene of the crime, which does nothing for me because there's no no clues here. So I'm going to bang, spend an ammo from the 1911, fight, +1 combat, +1 damage. I'm 2 up. -1. I wonder if I'm going to keep pulling that -1 specifically. Tommy may have been the rookie at the Boston Police Department, but here in Arkham, he's had a lot of practice, putting bullets into the center mass of creatures. The screaming ends, and the humanoid figure lies on the ground. Tommy goes over to investigate and sort of takes a look. Just seems to be a woman in her nightdress. Her fingers have elongated into claws, and they are covered in the blood of the man that she's been tearing open. That's a good question. His service revolver is his service revolver is police traded. So this is the one that he was given, that he's like his official firearm for the police. His M1911 is his private firearm from home, which he is very happy to use to put down creatures of this caliber. You bet, Flower. Probably need a hat, huh? Oh, Ripley. This is not a good time, buddy. Okay. No, hang on, Ripley. Yeah, let me just go get a hat. There was something to be said for being the new guy. New guys brought with them new energy, a new feeling of hope, the pervasive belief that you could actually get shit done if you really wanted. Tommy Muldoon was the new kid. He came from a big family, he told us. 9 brothers and sisters. He told us that he always wanted to be a cop. He'd always protected his younger brothers and sisters from bullies, from thieves, from his parents sometimes. And he wanted to extend that feeling to the rest of the city. Unfortunately, Tommy Muldoon, being the new kid on the block, as it were, didn't help his reputation for being a good cop. And being a good kid doesn't make you a good cop. Tommy Muldoon was the good guy, the hero, the knight in shining armor. He was a man who would arrest someone for armed robbery, bring him in, sit him down, cuff him to the table, and say, "Now why don't you tell me why you did this? Maybe we can let you off with a warning." The silly little goose. Our friend Tommy. When I heard he had moved to Arkham, well, I thought that might be nice for him. Big fish, small pond, all that. But unfortunately, his troubles in Arkham were just beginning. Hey! Aw, I only forgot to do that. That's pretty good. Hey! No, hey. Flower, anything to stop me from being worried. Anything to stop me from having to worry about what's going to happen when I go to the waterfront warehouse. I know, Graspy Loot. It's so funny because so much of the music that I had downloaded for use on streams is like free use, obviously, royalty free, which is all in one repository. I now use Epidemic Sound for a lot of my streams, including Doomed. Yeah, I'm in interest. There should be a link in my YouTube descriptions to Epidemic Sound, if that's of interest to people. But yeah, any of the downloaded royalty-free music is like, there's like a really good chance that it's also in Root Trees. All right. The words of Chief Inspector Strike are echoing through his head. He puts a bullet center mass into this child of blood, this woman in her night dress, having torn open the soft, sweet flesh of a man, and he's like, well, that's not good. He looks at her. That's not Julia. Doesn't match the photo that he was given, the description he was given by Christopher Stern. That's really not good. There must be something that's causing this transformation, this bloodlust, and he's going to find out what it is. I still have a service revolver, a scene of the crime, a guts, and a vicious blow. My second action is going to be to search the top 9 cards of my deck for an ally and add it to your hand. I know I have allies in this deck. They're both right here. I'm going to put it in my hand. Then I'm going to shuffle my deck. I won't say what it is. I'll just say that I found one. And then I'm going to move to Waterfront Warehouse, where hopefully there are clues and Scene of the Crime might proc. Maybe. 2 resources for a clue. I'll take it. Shuffled, cut, bottom goes on top. Third action, Tommy Muldoon is going to move out of the alleyway. He calls it in, obviously. He calls the corpse in, and he's like, guys, there's something real strange going on here. The warehouses lining the Miskatonic River see all kinds of activity. During the day, workers bustle about earning their wages before the sun sets. After nightfall, strange sounds can be heard from within the darkened buildings. As a reminder, I need 2 clues in order to draw face-down cards beneath layers. This is a lair. It's also 5 shroud and a clue. This is a great target for Scene of the Crime, actually. It's got Victory 2, and it says action. If there are no clues on Waterfront Warehouse and no face-down encounter cards beneath it, add a blood token to the Chaos Bag. You set fire to the warehouse. Each investigator and enemy at this location moves to a connecting location. Add Waterfront Warehouse to the victory display. Ooh. If we recall correctly, the agenda said that at the end of the enemy phase, Julia Stern hides in lairs if she's at one, and if not, she moves towards one. This has an action that lets us burn the warehouse down and basically take away one of her lairs. If, of course, she's here. That's the end of my turn. So I think next turn it's going to be like clue, maybe get an ally out, maybe get ready to do this, and then maybe like set up a little bit so that then we can hopefully get Julia, throw her out of here, and burn the house down. Burn it down! Okay. That's my turn. So, no ready enemies. Upkeep draw gets me a resource, which I always like to do first, because otherwise I will forget. I go to 6, and I draw a card. Right tool for the job. I already have the right tool for the job. It's this M1911, apparently. We go to 2 out of 4 Doom. Tommy is looking up at one of the massive warehouses that sort of are set a little further back from the water. Things are darkest here, you know? Yeah, exactly. Seriously, Flower. We're going to go ahead and draw an encounter card. Nowhere to hide. Test Agility 4. If you fail, oof, you must either discard an asset you control or choose and discard 2 cards from your hand. Okay, well, I'm definitely failing because I have 2 agility, but I do have cards I can discard. Yeah, I don't want to, but I do. I don't want to, but I do. So I'm going to go ahead and... Correct. Correct, Graspy Loot. I'm going to go ahead and test Agility 4. There's a snuffling sound behind. -1 again. Someone keep track of this? I've drawn 3 -1s. Just out of curiosity. Okay, that's a different token. Fail. Choose and discard 2 cards from your hand, because I only have 1 asset, and it's my sweet private gun. Mwah! 5 Shroud VP location. Thank you very much. I'm going to discard Right Tool for the Job and Guts. I think I'm going to need the Vicious Blow. There's a snuffling sound, and Tommy whirls around as a shadow rushes past him. He falls down, and he's like, "Hey, police, stop!" Even better. We're going to come back around. It is investigation time. This is the scene of the crime. Play only as your first action. 2 resources. Discover a clue at your location. It does not provoke attacks of opportunity. I now have 2 clues. Do I wait to do all the other stuff first? Yes, because if this is Julia, then she'll be here during the enemy phase and she'll hide again. So, I spent 1 action. I could also pull the card, and then if it's not Julia, I could do the blood token to get rid of it. But I feel like I want my ally. What are my weaknesses? Oh, God. My weaknesses are my personal one and wounded. That's a good question, actually. I think I'm going to second action draw a card. Okay? And then I'm going to play Police Dog for 3 resources. Police Dog. Good boy, Saxon. The crew that had come to clean up the alleyway on Water Street where Tommy had shot the monster, bring with them Saxon, the police dog here in Arkham. They're like, "Hey, if there is something hiding around the warehouse, Tommy, you're gonna want Saxon to sniff it out." Police dog is a 3-cost ally asset, takes up an ally slot, 1 health, 1 sanity. Free trigger, during an attack or investigation at your location, exhaust police dog, the performing investigator gets +1 skill value for this test. You can lend this to your seeker, you can lend this to your fighter, you can be the seeker or the fighter. In this case, I need it for the +1. But I've got the clue, I've got Saxon the police dog down, I have 1 resource. Upkeep brings me another resource. I go to 2, I draw a card. Unexpected Courage. My hand is currently Police Dog, Service Revolver, Unexpected Courage, Vicious Blow. We go to 3 out of 4 Doom. It's still the first day, but Tommy now has Saxon the Police Dog to help sniff out whatever that strange running shadow was. Maybe just a kid. Maybe Julia. And we're going to see if she's under the warehouse. But first I have to draw an encounter card. Blood Moon. Peril. You must either add a blood token to the chaos bag or take 2 horror. Yeah, they were like, "Hey, Tommy, Tommy, buddy, we need these guys." This item? So yeah, oh, sorry, Graspy Loot. Yeah, obviously I only have so much, like, board space here. Police Dog takes up an ally slot. The M1911, the gun, takes up a single hand slot. So I still have a hand slot for another gun or a flashlight or something. Blood Moon. Oh! Hello, Nomhair. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Chaldron of Bloob. That's me, the child of Bloob. Nomhair, yes, I last minute switched the time of the stream earlier because I was here, I was set up, and I realized if I'm going to try to get through the campaign today, I really need to kind of blast it. I'll give you the short version so far, Nomhair, We are playing Tommy Muldoon, the officer. He likes guns. He's currently got a police dog, Saxon, and his M1911, his private firearm. No, it's all good. No, I'm here. We're currently looking for... Christopher Stern's wife, Julia, has turned into some sort of monster that is feeding on people at night. So we're looking for her lair, basically. Yeah. Oh, gee, why would you say that, Graspy? Now he knows. You must either add a blood token to the chaos bag or take 2 horror. We're adding a blood token to the chaos bag. Blood tokens are -1, reveal another token. If you fail, it gets sealed on your investigator. I'm using curses to represent it because otherwise they'll feel different. Okay. Strangely enough, it's still daytime, but as the sun begins to set and the shadows lengthen... There's no bribe! What kind of bribe can I'm a streamer, what can I bribe you with? I promise to only play games Graspy... No, hang on, no, wait, I didn't finish that sentence, because I don't. I don't make that promise. Guys, the coffee's kicking in, this is great. The kick. Oh, hot tub stream. Because I live sort of somewhat rurally, it would actually be like a kiddie pool with like boiling water, just like kettle full of water in a kiddie pool. So bad. Tommy watches with a sense of creeping dread, and the hairs on the back of his neck starting to stand up as the sun sets behind the warehouse in front of him. He can feel the red glow of a blood moon beginning to rise behind him. We come back around to the investigation phase. Action 1. 2 clues. Spend 2 clues as a group. 1 at a time, draw each face-down encounter card beneath your location. Let's see what's in the warehouse. Tommy's like, okay, Saxon, good boy, let's go have a look. Ha! That is not Julia Stern! Holy schmamoly! It's in a horror movie. He steps into the warehouse and he looks around and he lets out a breath, and then you just hear like this horrible screeching sound as some sort of... Subscriber. Thank you very much, Graspy Loot. Much appreciated. Wow, 5.5 years of subscriptions is so much. And so thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I will name this bat horror Graspy Loot's Bane in your honor. This is a 3/4/4 elusive hunter. Elusive is a keyword, hunter's another keyword, we'll come back to them. There flopped rhythmically a horde of tame, trained, hybrid, winged things that no sound eye could ever wholly grasp or sound brain ever wholly remember. Just what I always wanted! Graspy Loot, kill me! A creature screeches out of the darkness and engages me. I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it with my M1911. I'm fighting at +1 combat. I'll exhaust Police Dog to fight at another +1, so I'm at 6-3. Zero. 2 damage. Which is important because elusive is a keyword that I do not have on me, son of a bitch, but I know what it means. It means once it attacks or is attacked, it moves to a connecting location and exhausts. Which means I'm going to go get it later. So basically, Tommy screams as the creature swoops down on him. He manages to fire off a shot with his M1911 as Saxon barks, sort of spittle coming as he froths at the mouth. Let's turn the music back up a little bit, huh? Whoops. And it swoops off into the darkness, and he's like, God, another fucking monster I'm gonna have to deal with at some point. So action, dig out the lair. Second action, fire at the bat horror as it flies off to Garrison Street. Third action, there are no clues on Waterfront Warehouse and no face-down encounter cards beneath it. I'm going to add a blood token to the Chaos bag. That's not good. There's now 2 in the Chaos bag. You set fire to the warehouse. Each investigator and enemy at this location moves to a connecting location. Add Waterfront Warehouse to the victory display, which I will do. This is clearing out layers that Julia can hide at, so I'm not mad at it. The shops and markets line Garrison Street along the banks of the Miskatonic. Tommy is like, look, the warehouse is clearly abandoned. There's nothing in here. A couple of old pallets covered with randomly tossed tarps. Maybe he does a quick sweep to make sure no one's sleeping in there. But he's like, if that creature was roosting here, then I need to destroy its roost and go hunt it. So he sets fire to the warehouse. Let's have a look at Garrison Street. Garrison Street is a 3-shroud, 1-clue location. Garrison Street is one of Arkham's busiest avenues, as it is one of the few streets to span the Miskatonic River. 3-shroud, 1-clue, and there's text on it. It says, during your turn, if there are no enemies at this location, move to a connecting location. Free trigger. Great for solo. There is an enemy at this location, and it's about to swoop back down on me. Enemy phase, no ready enemies. Upkeep draws me a card. It's another scene of the crime. We get a resource. We go up to 3. We ready the police dog and the bat horror. Maybe I just use the scene of the crime here. Kind of clean up a clue. As a reminder, to locate the lair, we need 2 clues per location. So, like, I'm going to have to get them anyway. Doom. We go to 4 Doom. And we advance before we draw our next encounter card. Agenda 1B, Dusk of the First Day. The sun sets below the western horizon, plunging Arkham into the darkness of night once more. The only light from the yellowish street lamps and the red of the blood moon. If there are a total of 2 or more encounter cards beneath each if there are a total of 2 or more encounter cards beneath locations in play, add a blood token to the Chaos bag. That sucks. What are you saving it for? I've now got 3 blood tokens in the bag. Very bad. One at a time. One at a time, reveal each face-down encounter card beneath a location. If it is a treachery, discard it. If it's an enemy, spawn it at the location at which it was revealed. If this effect fulfills the objective on the current act, finish resolving this agenda before advancing the act. If there are no civilians in play, we draw a waterfront civilian, but we... okay, that's shit. Alright. Oh my god. Okay. We're gonna reveal the enemy beneath the uninvited aisle. It's Julia Stern. We'll look at her later. And we're gonna reveal the card beneath back alley. It's a treachery. We discard it. That's fine. Okay. We continue finishing the first act. Julia Stern moves... Ready Julia Stern. She moves once towards the nearest civilian enemy. Uninvited aisle is connected to river docks, so she hunts. She moves once towards river docks. Oh boy. Okay. Julia Stern for stalking the streets. I don't, Graspy Loot. I'm a little nervous that there's so many. It is what it is. She has 4 fight and 4 evade. She has 8 health, but she gets +1 health, so she has 9 health. Elusive, patrol, nearest civilian enemy, predator, retaliate. So she will eat the waterfront civilian, which has doom on it. It's not good. Forced. When damage would be dealt to Julia Stern, remove a snare from her. Yes, and sorry, victory 2, which is quite nice. When damage would be dealt to Julia Stern, remove a snare from her. If you cannot, reduce that damage to 0. Now, that's really bad. How do we put snares on her? Because if she has no snares, she can't be damaged. Holy crapola, that's bad. Okay. Objective, when Julia Stern enters play advance, which I will do. Act 1B, the monster emerges. Great question, Graspy Loot. I think it's a resource token that we place on her. There was something on the act about... Yeah, if you draw Julia Stern from the act, she gets a snare, like a resource token. It's just a resource token, but we'll see how we place them. Oh, and like, what is it in life, right, as well? I mean, presumably, but yeah. In this case, this would be probably some sort of makeshift trap to, like, catch one of her limbs out, you know? We'll have to see. Oh my god, Tommy, this is scary. Julia emerges from hiding with a blood-curdling shriek. She swipes her clawed hands with reckless abandon, glaring around with monstrous eyes, looking for her next victim. We're going wabbit hunting. I was going to say wife hunting, but, like, Jesus Christ, God. Place clues from the token pool on each revealed location without Victory X up to that location's clue threshold. Well, that's a clue on Water Street, which is actually fine because that's an easy clue. Okay. Now, let's read Agenda 2A. Ooh, so Agenda 2A is a different color. It's like grayer because it's called The First Night. 5 Doom. Yes, very lucky for me I didn't actually say it in sincerity. The light of the full moon, brackets blood, casts stark shadows on the streets of Arkham, creating dark corners and shrouded alleys too dim to see into clearly. The light of the street lamps doesn't seem to reach as far as it should. The sound of someone or something scrabbling up the wall of a nearby building sets you on edge. But you know you only have so much time to find Julia, so you steel yourself against the night. 5 Doom. Act 2A. Corner the suspect. Good morning to you, Mistrich. Wonderful to have you with us. Welcome to Doomed. This is Children of Blood, the new mini-campaign from Chapter 2. I am playing Mr. Tommy Muldoon, the cop, the officer. So far, Tommy has destroyed a monster. He's about to take out another bat horror. He's got Saxon the police dog. He's got his trusty M1911. And he's hunting the wife of a man named Christopher Stern. Her name is Julia. Well, her name was Julia, and now she's a bloodthirsty monster. And you're caught up. What was I just about to read? Act 2A, Corner the Suspect. Julia Stern is on the loose, and it's clear she's no longer human. She stalks the streets of Arkham looking for victims. You'll need to work fast and slow her down to stop her from killing again. Action. Investigators at Julia Stern's location spend a clue as a group, place a resource from the token pool on Julia Stern as a snare. I've paused because unless I'm missing something, this is quite bad. It says action. Investigators at Julia Stern's location spend a clue as a group, place a resource from the token pool on Julia Stern as a snare. That does not... It doesn't have parley, so it would provoke an attack of opportunity. Because she has elusive, she would then move to a connecting location. So if I had 2 clues, I could place one, and then she'd move, and then I could move in and place another one. After Julia Stern leaves play, immediately advance. Okay. As night descends upon Arkham, Tommy realizes he has to hurry. He hurries down Garrison Street and hears a screech above him as the wounded bat horror descends once again. I still need to draw an encounter card. Let's go ahead and draw an encounter card. Holy schmamoli! It's another child of blood! Shrieking out of the alleyway on the other side is another creature. This time, a small child. Again, just dripping with blood. Elongated canines just covered in gore as it runs towards Tommy at full tilt. Guys, I think I'm gonna just kill things today. I have 3 resources. I have Saxon the police dog, I have my M1911, which has a lot of bullets on it for now. I need clues. And I need... Yeah, okay. So I think rather than try to investigate a 3-shroud location, I'm just going to spend $2. Scene of the crime gets me a clue. I think this is important. And Tommy is just like, oh, I see. Like, they're not just hunting in the darkened alleyways anymore. They're out looking for blood specifically. It does not provoke attacks of opportunity. So, that's good. Then, bang, I'm going to shoot the Bat Horror. This takes me up to 5 to 3. And I will use Police Dog to go to 6. I exhaust Saxon as it is ready to attack the bat-like creature descending upon us as well. I knew there were other tokens in the bag. This is an auto-fail, so that's not good. Now I need to read the rules for elusive. Where the hell... Didn't I have the core set around here? Hello? I think I did. 2 seconds, guys. Plus, I want to reheat. Get more stuff in my coffee. Ah, it's in the other room. It's in the other room! I can still talk to you as I go, though. How do we like the setup? Are we pretty happy with the setup? Alright. Elusive! Would it be in here? Elusive is a keyword ability. Okay, great. Here we go. Hup. Oh, yeah. Okay. So we failed the attack on the Bat Horror, which is not good. Elusive is a keyword ability. Enemies who want to avoid the investigators for their own survival. If a ready enemy with the elusive keyword attacks or is attacked, after that attack resolves, that enemy immediately disengages, moves to a connecting location, and exhausts. Okay. So, that's fine. Hello, Sablica! Yeah, I did. The elusive Scott returns. So the Bat Horror flies off. Tommy failed to shoot it. Then, last action, I will spend another bullet from the M1911. As the small child shrieks out of the darkness, I'm going to try to shoot the Child of Blood. Hunter preys on the most sealed blood tokens. 5 to 3. -1. It's just -1s. It's just -1s all the way down, guys. Deceased. That, at least, we've put a bullet in the right kind of thing here. Free trigger during your turn. If there are no enemies at this location, move to a connecting location. I need clues. I think maybe we just go to the Irwin Bridge. We try to get closer to Julia. We can slap a couple snares on her and try to take her down, maybe? Rigged. One of the bridges that spans the Miskatonic River in the center of the city of Arkham, Irwin Bridge sees plenty of traffic, day or night. Let's have a look. Irwin Bridge is a 1-shroud 0-clue location. Forced, after you fail a fight or evade test at this location, test agility 2. Ruh-roh. If you fail, take a damage, disengage from each enemy, and move to the uninvited aisle. Sorry, the unvisited aisle. Okay, so if I fail to attack or defend or whatever here at the Irwin Bridge, I have to test agility 2, and if not, I take a damage and get flung off the bridge and end up at the island. Which is a lair. Maybe not that bad. Okay. Sheesh. Enemy phase. Patrol, nearest civilian enemy. Predator, after enemy's patrol. They deal 1 damage to the lowest fight enemy at their location. So the waterfront enemy is devoured, which he has doom, so it places a doom on the agenda. Pretty bad. Julia is out munching on waterfront civilians. Just out munching on people. So far, Julia's killed at least 1. Tommy's killed at least 2. So I think we're doing okay, in that sense. Oh my god, okay. The text of her hiding at lairs no longer exists, right? Because that text was only on the day side of the agendas. Hi, Laura. Do you want to be on the stream too? Yeah, okay. I have 1 clue, which puts a snare. She likes her cranberry shakes shaken. I think so, Sablica. I think she likes them spilling their insides out. You know what I mean? So she's eaten... Oh, the waterfront civilian. Nope. So he goes... Oh, no, he has victory 0, so he goes in the victory display. Which, honestly, I'm not mad at that. That's okay, actually. That's nice. Sucks that I've lost a round. But I have a clue. I could have moved to Water Street, but I didn't. That's okay. So that's the enemy phase. Upkeep, the Bat Horror readies. It has Hunter. I'm going to hope that it doesn't catch up to me yet. I'm going to go... Upkeep draws me a card. It's Make 'em Sing. I go up to 2 resources. Make 'em Sing is a 2-cost event, a tactic. The art on it is a copper holding a fish man at bay for some reason. Yeah, oh god, flower. Oh, but probably, right? God, there's so many fucking blood tokens in the bag, too. Parlay. Choose an enemy at your location. Test Combat X. X is their remaining health. Okay. So not Julia. If you succeed, automatically evade that enemy and discover a clue at your location. Well, maybe I do go to the Bat Horror. It's a combat test for a clue and an evade. It's not the worst. Okay. That was Upkeep. Mythos. We place a doom on the agenda. We draw an encounter card. Grasping Hands. As Tommy starts to race over the bridge. Oh, sorry. I should ready Saxon as well. He's snagged by something and looking down, thinks maybe, I don't know, like a piece of metal from a car wreck or something. It's a hand reaching up from under the bridge, trying to pull him down into the water. Test Agility 3. For each point you fail by, take a damage. Well, I haven't taken any damage or horror yet. Do I throw in on this? I don't know what my agility would be for otherwise. It'd be for evading enemies. It'd be for, like, evading Julia. But I'm not going to evade Julia. I only have 2 agility. So yes, I may as well. I'm going to throw my other police dog in on this test. I'm at 3 to 3. Minus 1. Classic. 1 damage. All right. He wrenches his foot out and feels it kind of twist as he takes off across Irwin Bridge. We come back around to the investigation phase. I have 2 lines of play. One of them is go back for this clue on Water Street and kill the Bat Horror. The other is to just keep moving. The action on the act is that I spend a clue and I place a snare on her. She's not going to lose snares except maybe when the agenda advances, although I'm not sure about that. So maybe that's the... I think we just go and we place the clue. We take an attack, but then she moves away. And then I kind of keep getting clues and I try to get her. I try to snare her up so that I can do a couple of attacks, I think is the plan. Once I'm out of M1911 bullets, I can also play this... I could also just play the service revolver. I think the idea... Your gut. Okay, well, Flower. Thankfully, me, the best Arkham player in the world, and you, another Arkham player, we agree on this one. I meant to heat up my coffee. Because I could also go up to the docks and, like, just get clues, but then Julia Stern has... Oh! She doesn't have Hunter. She has Patrol, the nearest civilian enemy. Okay, now I have to check how Patrol works. Ooh! Because... if she's not hunting... Well... We don't know. Oh, fuck, you're right. Or, sorry... On the previous agenda, it said, when she disappears, you discard all tokens and attachments on her. That can't happen here, right? She has 9 health. How am I going to kill her? What do I do? Action snare, shoot with a vicious blow, that's 3 damage. Action snare, shoot with a vicious blow, that's 3 damage. Action snare, shoot regularly, that's 2 damage. You know what I mean? Like, holy crapola. Patrol. At the start of the enemy phase, enemies with Patrol move once towards the designated target. If the designated target is not a location... If there are multiple locations that qualify as the designated target, I can choose. Okay. Shoot many bullets. I mean, I can't argue with that logic. So actually, she's not necessarily going to hunt me, which means I could get ready for a bigger play. So in fact, I think the momentum is to try to accumulate clues. Do we try to put some clues on her, some snares, and shoot her a bit, in the hopes that she won't... Or do we just... Yeah, we just accumulate clues and open up the map, and then... When the agenda advances, she's probably going to hide again, and then on the last agenda, we're just going to pile clues onto her. Action. Move to the river docks. The rebuilt docks reach out into the river at its widest point, playing host to boats of all shapes and sizes. 2 shroud, 1 clue. Investigators at river docks spend 3 resources as a group. I don't have 3 resources. You hire a captain to take you to the island. Each investigator at this location may move to unvisited isle. For the remainder of the game, River Docks is connected to unvisited isle. Okay. Well, whatever, basically. I don't have anything else to do, so I will try to investigate here. I have 3 intellect, 4 with the police dog, 2 up. Whoa, that was probably really loud. Sorry, guys. Skull! Skulls are -X, the current agenda number, which is 2. So I pass. I get the clue. Phew. I've now seen more than just -1s a couple of times, so it's not entirely rigged. It's a little rigged, as you well know. I have a couple clues. Last action, we're going to move into the back alley. The shadows of the alley are all consuming, seeming to swallow the light even in the middle of the day. Although it is currently nighttime. Tommy, thankfully, has, like, seemingly undone a lot, like, has destroyed some of the monsters out, but he's still hunting Julia Stern. This is a lair location, 3 shroud and 2 clues. Victory 2. This is, now this is the scene of the crime target, which I don't have. Action. If there are no clues on back alley and no face-down cards beneath it, add a blood token to the chaos bag. You perform a ritual to cleanse the alley. Seems unlikely, but whatever. Each investigator and enemy at this location moves to a connecting location, and it goes in the victory display. I can eliminate lairs, which will eliminate the places she can hide. But first and foremost, I need to get the clues off the location, and then I'll be able to snare, and that'll be pretty good, I think. Okay, Julia Stern is hunting something in the night as Tommy races around via the docks into the back alley where Christopher Stern said that he saw Julia eating someone. There's no trace, but there's a feeling of evil here. Enemy phase. The bat horror will hunt. Whoa. It hunts onto the bridge. I'm gonna have to get it at some point. Julia's gonna patrol. I'll have her patrol over here to the bridge as well. I will have her patrol over to the bridge because Predator, she'll deal a damage to the nearest enemy. Let's make sure that's how Predator works. I think it is. During the enemy phase, after hunters move and before enemies attack, ready and unengaged enemies deal 1 damage to a non-elite enemy at its location with a fight value lower than its own. That's nice because it means I don't have to use a bullet necessarily to put this guy down. Or she'll just kill it herself. I'm gonna let Julia hunt the bat horror. That's okay. I'm really not unhappy about that. Upkeep draws me a card. It's Becky, the custom Marlin model 1894. It gets me a resource, so I'm up to 3. When my M1911 is empty or nearing empty, I can sacrifice it, I can sack it, so to speak, to play Becky, which gives me a bigger combat boost. Yeah, this is good. Are people enjoying themselves? I know I am. Okay. That's upkeep. Mythos phase. We go to 3 out of 5 Doom, and we draw an encounter card. It's Grasping Hands again. That's not good. Here, I think Tommy finds himself investigating the... Shit. He finds himself investigating the alley, kind of trying to figure out why there is this omnipresent... For those simply listening at this moment, I'm shaking my head at Graspyloot's comment. There's only so much you can do, I suppose. He's trying to figure out why there's this omnipresent feeling of evil. And then he sees the circle. It's very large, which is why he didn't see it originally. Drawn on the ground in dark rust brown, dried blood. A hand shoots up from inside of it, clawed, reaching for Tommy. Test agility 3 for each point you fail by, take a damage. Well, now I don't think I want the service revolver either, because I'm going to try to play Becky, I think. So I'm going to test 3 to 3. Oh! Ooh! Okay, tablet. -2. If you fail and are at a lair location, take a horror. Well, okay, so this is very... Okay, so 2 damage and a horror. All of a sudden, I'm at 6 health and 5 sanity remaining. The hand grabs Tommy and starts to pull him towards the massive rust circle, which has started to light a flame. He manages to kick off, but he's seen a portal to hell, and he does not like it. Tablet goes back in the chaos bag, of course. We're back around to the investigation phase. He is a loose cannon, for sure. Look, it just says... Custom Marlin Model 1894, Tommy Muldoon deck only. It doesn't say police, so... He knew something was up, but this guy, he's like, you know what, we can't use this gun. Alright, we're back around to the investigation phase. I think I want to clear this location, which means I'm going to need something that I can investigate with. I only have 3 intellect, so let's go ahead and draw a card first action. Stakeout. Stakeout is what I need, actually, here. So I'm going to play it. It's 2 resources. Well, look at that. Who do we have here? Tommy is going to just sit, or crouch, I guess, in the alley and watch the circle of pavement, which was moments ago a flame. And he's going to see if he can figure out what's going on here. Investigate, you get +2 intellect. If you succeed, heal a horror. I'm going to also exhaust the dog to take me up to 6 to 3. Yeah. I'd like to get a token I haven't seen yet! Elder Sign, +1. Place an ammo on an asset that you control with uses ammo. EM 1911, I heal a horror, and I gain a clue. Stakeout, very effective, guys. Very effective stakeout. Okay. He can... After observing the pavement for a while, someone shuffles into the alleyway and sort of starts to perform a ritual. Now, how am I going to get the last clue off this location? So it was action, draw, action, do the thing. Then, do I use my unexpected courage to go 2 up? Yeah, I think so. I'm going to keep Make 'em Sing because it's an evasion with combat, which I think is good. So I'm going to go ahead and investigate again. Whoa, the Elder Sign goes back in the bag. Thank you very much. Just draw another Elder Sign, yeah. I'm going to investigate again. I'm 2 up, 5 to 3. I've used my police dog. Blood. No good stakeouts end without a pierced heart. So he's trying to sneak up on the man who's performing some sort of ritual here in the back alley. Hopefully this is the person that transformed Julia into whatever she is, but as he starts to sneak up on her, he realizes the man is actually just worshipping whatever came out of that pit. This is not a curse token, it's a blood token. -1, draw another token. So I'm 2 up. That -1 would be really nice here. -2. So we seal the blood token on me, and I fail. Yeah, Sablica's on fire, guys. Enemy phase, Hunters hunt and Patrollers patrol. I'm going to have the Bat Horror fly over the docks following Tommy's scent. Julia's also going to patrol and then eat him, which I'm really not mad at. Thankfully, she doesn't, like, power up after eating something. Ripley... P.S. Are we going to get through an entire campaign today? Seems unlikely. A lot of yapping. Okay. I had one resource. Julia's just eaten the Bat Horror. We ready the police dog. Julia Stern's Predator, it's a damage. It's not... it deals a damage. That's not an attack, so it doesn't also then elusive away, which makes sense. Okay, we still need this clue. So we upkeep, we draw a card. It's another Make 'em Sing. Not very useful for Julia, but maybe very useful if we draw an enemy here that's quite small health. We go to 4 out of 5 Doom. We've got a ton of clues and things, but also a sealed blood token. We draw an encounter card. Misinformation. Oh. Test Intellect 3. Don't believe everything you read. Another bystander would be great. Although, weirdly enough, Flower, they weren't shuffled into the encounter deck. They were asked to be left on the side. Probably because every agenda spawns one, right? Test Intellect 3. For each point you fail by, you must either place one of your clues on your location, or choose and discard a card from your hand. Well, yeah. That sucks. Let's go ahead and test. I'm at 3 to 3. Haha! -4. Okay. So, I failed by 3. I really don't want to get rid of Becky or the Vicious Blow. I think those are going to be really important. I don't want to put another clue down because I want to get the back alley stuff happening here. But also, how am I going to get the clues? I'm only a 3. I think we discard both Make 'em Sings. Yeah, because I don't have any enemies here, right? And I will put a clue back on my location. Kind of sucks. Alright, we're back around to the investigation phase. I'm going to spend an action drawing a card. Lesson learned. Play after an enemy attacks you. Discover a clue at your location. So I could let Julia hit me and get a clue for free that way. Or commit it to a test. Classic. I could also go to Main Street and see if the clues are easier there. It would be nice to clear back alley because then there won't be any layers for her to hide at. Or, there'd be one fewer layer for her to hide at. So, that's action 1. Action 2, I'm going to investigate 4 to 3. Feels bad, but it's kind of just where I'm at. Blood, 0. Tablet. Wow. Disaster. I failed, I'm at a lair, I seal the blood, and I take a horror. Okay, this is why we don't just take tests at random. I think we move on. So that was action draw, action investigate, action move to Main Street. Tommy's just like, no way, this place is a place of absolute horror. Get me out of here. I'm not an easy clue, babes. Main Street connects to all the other major avenues and thoroughfares on the southern bank of the river. 3 shroud and 2 clues, and it says, during your turn, if there are no enemies at this location, move to a connecting location. Okay. So I could still free trigger away from here. I have a plan. The plan, I think, is okay. It's interesting, anyway. Let's... Ay. What I don't have is any, like, healing or anything. Enemy phase. I'm gonna have Julia patrol back into the back alley, which is where Tommy cannot see her. Upkeep draws me a perception and gets me a resource. I'm up to 3. I still have 3 bullets on my 1911. I ready Saxon the police dog. But first... We're going to go to 5 out of 5 Doom. Now we're going to see what the deal is here. Agenda 2B, Dawn of the Second Day. The sun mercifully begins to rise from the eastern horizon, setting the Miskatonic ablaze with its shimmering reflection. Flower, heal all damage from Julia Stern. Okay, for every 2 damage healed this way, place 1 damage on the scenario reference card. So she'll probably... if you had done damage to her, she would respawn with some damage on her, probably. Shuffle the... Fuck. Okay. Shuffle the top 2 cards of the encounter deck and Julia Stern together. Place these cards face down at random beneath each layer location, distributed as evenly as possible. Alright, so she had no damage on her, so she just... whatever. I'm going to put 2 under back alley. I think that's the play, because that seems to be thematically correct. So I'm going to place 1 at back alley, 1 at uninvited aisle, and another at back alley. 1 at a time, each investigator draws a set-aside waterfront civilian until no such enemies remain set aside. Oh, God, no. I think there's 3 of them? Ugh, okay, they spawn at empty Arkham locations. Oh, no. Garrison Street, Water Street. They have to spawn at empty locations. The docks? Where do I put him? I can't put him here. I could put him in the back alley, but am I going to pass a willpower 2 test? No. Not without my guts. Not without my guts! Not without my leg! I'll put him at the bridge. I'm going to put everyone on this side of the map in the hopes that they can't get to him. Agenda 3A, the second day. You're running out of time. Easy for you to say. If you want to put an end to the threat of Julia Stern, you'll need to act fast. 4 Doom. When the enemy phase ends, if Julia is at a lair, flip her face down, place her beneath that location, along with the top card of the encounter deck. Otherwise, if she's ready, she moves once towards the nearest lair. Okay. Should I have flipped back to Act 1A? Oh, after Julia Stern leaves play, immediately advance. Just puke on him. If Julia is not in the victory display, Julia proves to be a difficult target to pin down. Even when you think you have her, you're surprised to find she's quick to slip away into the shadows once more. Reset the act to 1A. That's how that works. Okay. 4 Doom Threshold. And we're back to locate the lair, which is spend 2 clues to draw everything underneath the lair. So ideally, I would get the clues off of back alley, and then I would draw everything, and then I would add a blood token to get rid of them. Oh my god. Okay, alright. We've done that. We need to draw an encounter card. I have a perception, so I can actually get a clue now, maybe? Maybe? Draw an encounter card. Burning Daylight. If the current agenda is 1A or 3A, place a Doom on the agenda. Otherwise, it's a willpower test to spawn a monster. Thankfully, so it's a Doom. She's going to come out on her own. So I could just kind of spend the time collecting clues, because I need to, like, drop a bunch of clues on her, right? What's that? Oh, sound card. What's that? Guys, what is this? Oh! I didn't know that was there. Has that been there the whole time? Ay. Okay. We're back around to the investigation phase, finally. I have 3 turns. I need to spend 2 clues to draw everything beneath the alley. And if I do, then she gets a snare. Which I could then, if I had another clue, I could spend this heavy with implication. Watch out for blunt force trauma. This is a gun, Sablica. I mean, maybe I could shoot, maybe I could hit someone with it. If I find her, and then if I'm able to drop 2 clues on her. Okay. Free trigger, we move back into the back alley. Action 1, I'm going to investigate. I'm going to commit a perception to this test. I would love 3 clues because 2 clues will draw everything, and then another clue will place another snare on her, which gives us a couple rounds to potentially kick her ass, as it were. So I'm going to commit a perception and use police dog, so I'm 3 up. I would love for this to work, is all. -2. Phew! Okay, 1 clue. We draw a card from the perception. It's another M1911. That's fine, I don't need it. Now, that's 1 action to get a clue. Second action, I could draw all the... I could spend 2 clues. Yeah, it must. And also, when I advanced the agenda, I think? Or was it the act? One of these advanced, and the act places clues on all non-victory locations, I think is the thing. Flower, which is pretty nice. I need to get the last clue off of this location, because otherwise the lair will just kind of live here. Or I could spend 2 clues, draw everything, probably hit Julia, place another snare on her, which will cause her to run away. The other downside to doing that, of course, is that then I'm going to have an absolute shitter of a bunch of things happen. Oh, no, okay, this is good, this is good. 2 clues. Second action. Basically, Tommy going back into the alley, he's like, if that man was indeed worshipping the strange sort of circle of blood that I saw here in this evil alley, maybe Julia needs to return here during the day to sort of regroup her, get her power. Spend 2 clues as a group, draw 1 at a time, draw each face down encounter card beneath your location. Aerial Pursuit. Says Surge, but I believe Surge is only if you draw it from the encounter deck. After an investigator draws and resolves an encounter card with Surge. Shit. Shit. Let's check. Surge is a keyword. Yep, they must draw. Yep, they must draw and resolve another one. Fuck. The nearest non-elite enemy moves once towards your location. Oh, okay. Well, I'll move the waterfront civilian to Main Street, I guess. Kind of sucks, but that's alright. And it surges into... Feeding Grounds. Test Willpower 3. If you reveal a blood token, you automatically fail. If you fail, take 2 horror. Well... yeah. I'm 3-3. These are her feeding grounds. He can see little bits of bone in the back alley, marking that location. -2. If you fail, take 2 horror. All of a sudden, Tommy has 3 sanity remaining. That was the Surge, which means I also now draw the other encounter card beneath the back alley. Is it Julia? It's Julia Stern! If you draw Julia this way, place a resource on her as a snare. That's good news. The desperate cards, finally. Julia emerges from behind this circle of blood, just with a shriek. She swipes her clawed hands with reckless abandon, glaring around with monstrous eyes, looking for her next victim. Place clues on each reveal location without Victory X up to its threshold. This is where the clues come from. Without Victory X. So we do that. Okay, she's engaged with me. Then... let's make sure this makes sense. I'm going to spend an action. Julia Stern's on the loose. Action, spend a clue, place a resource on Julia as a snare. Now, the reason I'm going to do that, it provokes an attack of opportunity. So she's going to do 1 damage and 1 horror to me, which is bad, obviously. Specifically, the horror is very bad, but them's the breaks. Because she is... sorry. Then, in order here, after an enemy attacks me, I'm going to play Lesson Learned for 1 resource, which gets me a clue at my location. Okay. Then, because she is elusive, she's going to exhaust and move to a connecting location. So I'm going to put her over here at the river docks. She's got 2 snares on her. Not bad. Not bad, actually. Like, actually, not bad. Okay. Now, enemy phase. Patrollers do not patrol because they're not ready. Hunters do not hunt, they're not ready. When the enemy phase ends, if Julia is at a lair, you flip her face down. Right. Otherwise, move her once towards the nearest lair location. It's bad, Sabaka, in the sense that I'm now close to going insane. Oh, no, I just move her back here. I move her back here. She's not ready. She's going to ready in upkeep, so she's now engaged with me. But I think we're going to try to just put some damage on her, and I'm going to ready Saxon. Good boy. Upkeep draws me a lesson learned and gets me a resource. I go back up to 3 resources. 2 doom, and I draw an encounter card. I may well just take a mental trauma at the end of all this. Blood Moon! Either add a blood token or take 2 horror. Yep. We put a blood token in the bag. There's now, I think, 5 blood tokens total. No, 2 in here and 2 on me, I think. Sheesh! We're back around to the investigation phase. Action. If there are no clues on back alley and no face-down cards beneath it, add a blood token to the chaos bag. You perform a ritual to cleanse the alley. Each investigator and enemy at this location moves to a connecting location. Add back alley to the victory display. Well, I'm gonna... Does Predator... Here's a good question. Does Predator... Do you need to be ready for Predator to fire? Probably, right? Each ready unengaged enemy. Okay. So, the first action is as Julia shrieks down out of out of Main Street back into the alley where Tommy is trying to cleanse this circle, this ritualistic circle, I'm going to shoot the shit out of her. I'm going to spend a bullet from the M1911. I'm not going to feed her a civilian. I'm going to send her near a civilian where she'll be distracted, you see. I'm going to... Okay, M1911 takes me up to 5 combat. I'm at 5 to 4. 6 with police dog. 7 with a vicious blow. 8 with a lesson learned. That's bad for like... It's really bad, obviously, for... I need the clues, but I also need this to work. 4 up. No! Flower, you did this! This is a tentacle token. Okay. The bullet fires, and its aim is true, directly into the midsection of Julia Stern. She halts and looks down, and then Tommy just watches as the bullet pops out of her, and she laughs again and jumps on him. She has retaliate, so I take a damage and a horror. If I don't heal a horror, I'm gonna die. I still have the dog. Because she attacked, she's gonna elusive away. I'm gonna put her back up here at the river docks again. Wow, that's so bad, dude. That's so bad. It's rough times for old Gun McGee over here, Flower. Wow, that's so bad. Okay, that was action 1. She's at least out of commission for now. Action 2, there are no clues on back alley and no face down cards beneath it, so I'm going to cleanse the alley by adding another blood token to the bag. How many blood tokens? How many blood tokens? How many blood tokens? How many blood? Hey! Sablika! You silly goose. It also moves me to a connecting location, which, funnily enough, is where Julia is sniffling and hiding. I'm now here again. I think I just take pot shots at her because she's now exhausted, and then No, I have one action left. I could use it to play Becky by discarding the M1911. And I think I do that. Because, so action, discard a firearm asset you control, play a firearm from your hand. It enters play with 2 additional ammo on it. The reason I'm doing this, my friends, is because Becky is strictly a better gun. She may be fast, but what about this firepower? Tommy Muldoon deck only it uses 2 ammo, but in this case it has 4 now. Spend an ammo, fight, you get +2 combat, deal +1 damage. When you trigger the action above, you can exhaust Becky to have the attack ignore, aloof, and retaliate. Okay. But she's gonna leave anyway. That's okay, that's fine. Enemy phase. No ready enemies. At the end of the enemy phase, Julia moves to the nearest lair location. When enemies are moving, unvisited isle is considered to be connected to the river dock. So I would have put her here. No. Late is played, as they say. So I'll move her to the uninvited isle, and I guess I'm going to have to go to the uninvited isle and shoot her, right? As you do. And she readies there as I draw a card. Hand crank flashlight. Terrible timing. Gain a resource. Ready my police dog. We go to 3 out of 4 Doom. She has 2 snares on her. And she's oh no, she'll pop out at night, right? So she won't lose her snares. And I think that's the play. We draw an encounter card. Burning Daylight. We place a Doom on the agenda and it can cause it to advance. Now we're about to find out. If there are 2 or more encounter cards beneath locations in play, we add a blood token. There are not. Reveal each face-down card beneath a location. It's a treachery, so we discard it. Move all damage from the scenario reference card to Julia Stern. If there are no civilians, we draw a set-aside civilian. Oh! Ready Julia Stern. She moves once towards the nearest civilian. Well, it's considered to be connected to river docks, so she's gonna come here. She's back, swimming up out of the water. This horrible creature emerges, seaweed drenching her head, her teeth dripping with seawater and some sort of gore. Tommy readies Becky, his wonderful rifle. Agenda 4A. It is pretty handy, I will say. The final night. With every corner you turn, you expect to find another bloody victim of Julia's predatory machinations. The night is mostly quiet, but the sound of a distant scream or the scraping of claws on cobblestone are constant reminders that monsters hide in every shadow. 5 Doom. I need to draw an encounter card. I already did. That's advance the agenda. We're back around to the investigation phase. We're gonna shoot her with Becky, and we're gonna ignore retaliate. And then I'm gonna go place another clue on her. That's the plan. Bang! Spend 1 ammo, fight, exhaust Becky to ignore retaliate. I am fighting at 6 to 4, 7 with police dog. Fucking hell. What do you think, Laura? Do you think Tommy Muldoon can shoot her? Bang! Finally, something lands true, and she screeches. When damage would be dealt to her, remove a snare. If you cannot, reduce that damage to 0. She takes 2 damage only, which is really bad news, but that's okay. Then, because she's elusive, she'll elusive away. I don't want to send her to the... Maybe I do want to send her away to the uninvited isle, actually. Because she patrols towards civilians. So yeah, let's do that. What's my plan here? To go to her and shoot her again, right? We're going to see what's on the uninvited isle. There might be something there. I feel like she descends back into the water. And then 3 resources to move. I need more clues. I could place another snare on her, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So 3 resources to hire a boat captain. Tommy's like, I'm commandeering your vessel. And the guy's like, you don't have to commandeer it. I'll take you. Jeez Louise, you know. Spend 3 resources. You hire a captain to take you to the island. Move to Uninvited Isle. For the rest of the game, they're connected. This is her lair, clearly, and it has always been her lair. The eerie island in the middle of the Miskatonic has been the subject of many strange stories over the years. Yes, in theory, Flower. Yes. So we're going to see what's on the isle. 3 shroud, 3 clues. As an additional cost to leave, you must spend an action. Yuck. Free trigger. If there are no clues on Uninvited Isle, add a blood token to the bag. Remember, you found a sacrificial dagger. Well, the cop would love to find something, but here we are. Last action, spend a clue, place a snare on her. Oh, gosh. Okay, this is very bad, because, like, double action, move away kind of thing, right? Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. Enemy phase. No ready enemies. She no longer, like, does a weird thing. She just readies in upkeep. I draw an emergency cash, which is nothing that I can really do much with. The Uninvited Isle reminds me of the one from The Circle Undone, but is that called the Uninvited Isle, or is it called something else? Julia leaps out from the brush. Well, sorry, as Tommy starts sort of stalking towards what he thinks is the center of the island, he gets this distinct feeling that he is being watched. We go to 1 out of 5 Doom. I'm probably not going to make this, but, like, I'd like to try, at least, right? Draw an encounter card, nowhere to hide. Test Agility 4. If you fail, choose and discard 2 cards from your hand, or or an asset you control. Well, let's fail. Maybe let's seal another blood token? Nope, -1. So it's a fail. I'm not discarding Police Dog or Becky, so I will choose and discard 2 cards from my hand. Fuck, the hand crank is... No, I can't use the hand crank flashlight or the emergency cash. There's no dying without trying. You're absolutely correct. There's nowhere to hide. Tommy finds himself out in the open as Julia Stern, faster than lightning, rushes towards him, claws raised. I'm going to fight her again. I need to... Yeah, okay. I'm going to fight her again. I'm going to exhaust Becky to ignore retaliate. This takes me up to 6 to 4, and I'll use Police Dog again to go 7 to 4. It is the Unvisited Isle! Okay, well there you go, Flower, so it's the same place. -3. I was 3 up with Becky and the Police Dog. Whew, that's an elder thing. So I remove a snare. I deal 2 damage to her. Bang! She is elusive, so she will elusive away to the river docks. But she is exhausted. Now. Next turn would be double action move, shoot again, and send her back to the Isle. So ideally, I would get more clues. Or, because it's 2 actions to leave the unvisited Isle. I keep wanting to say uninvited. She doesn't patrol because she's not ready, so that's good. Do I just take a punt at getting a clue? Because currently she has 4 out of 9 damage on her. Even if I draw my other vicious blow... Have I not seen both? I haven't seen both. Even if I don't draw my other vicious blow... Double action move to the river docks. Shooter, get the clue at the river docks. Yeah, double action move to the river docks. Okay. Unvisited Isle has victory too, but, like, it's probably not going to happen. Enemy phase. Patrollers do not patrol. Upkeep. Becky readies. The Police Dog readies. Julia readies again. She still has a snare on her. I draw a card. It's Vicious Blow and a resource. I go up to 3 again. We go to 2 out of 5 Doom. This is gonna be a close one, buddies. Tommy is trying to put this creature down. He is trying to save his city. I'm going to draw an encounter card of the night. Test willpower 4. If you fail, you must either lose 3 resources or 2 clues. Well, no matter where you go, you can hear the beating of those hideous wings. Let's go ahead and test. I'm not. Just test willpower 2, buddy. Willpower 4. I'm at 3. Elder Sign! Well, now that's great. We put an ammo on Becky. He fucking loads another shell, and he's just like, night doesn't scare me. Like, this creature needs to be put down. And I pass, so I don't have to lose the resources. Well, that's fantastic news. All right, Tommy. I don't know, man. It might be happening. Just wanted to show off the little bag that came with the game, because I think it's quite cute. Although I don't have a different one. Okay. We gotta do it again. Action. Becky. Police dog. It... Rigged. Guys, what are you talking about? 7, 8 with a vicious blow. I'm fighting Julia Stern with Becky. Clearly, Becky is not some blessed item. It's just the shotgun has... Sorry. It's a custom Marlin model 1894. It looks like a shotgun to me. Can someone look up if that's a rifle or not? I feel like he can be more accurate with it is what it is. It has a bit more stopping power as well. I am 4 up. Attacking Julia Stern. Oh, sorry. Almost didn't put the Elder Sign back in. And just, I no longer know where the Elder Sign is, okay? It will be rigged if I draw it. -1. No! Skull, -4. Current agenda number. A lever action repeating rifle. There you go. Okay, so it's like a Winchester kind of rifle. Fuck. Okay. I ignore retaliate, but she elusives away. That's very bad news. That's okay. She elusives away to the aisle. Fuck, I needed that to work. It's gonna take forever to kill her now. I've sealed another blood token on my character. Second action, investigate. Whoa, what was that? Nothing. I'm at 3-2. I just... there's 5 doom on the agenda. Flower. +1, clue. Third action, move to the river docks. It's still not great, though, is it? Hang on. Do I move to the river docks? Having a nice rig. Yes, Sablica, thank you. I cannot take an attack of opportunity. Yes, I can, if I kill the police dog. Then she would elusive away. No. We take the clue. We don't move. We move down to Main Street. And then we can free trigger back in. Okay, that's the... No, if there's no enemies! Shit, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we move back. Okay. That's the end of my turn. Enemy phase, no enemies. Upkeep readies Julia, it readies Becky, it readies the police dog. It draws me a card. Bounty, which is money. But I don't need money right now. We go to 3 out of 5 doom. Am I really going to just let her hunt? Or patrol? I could take a whole turn to get clues. Because, like, shoot, move, shoot. Place a clue. I think we're out of actions, but I will draw an encounter card all the same. Blood-crazed vermin. It was the eldritch scurrying of those fiend-born rats, always questing for new horrors and determined to lead me on, even unto those grinning caverns of Earth's center. This is the rats of the new campaign. It was not in the core, it's only from this one. 2 fight, 1 health, 3 evade. Hunter, preys on the most sealed blood tokens. Well, that is me. 1 health. Okay. We're back around to the investigation phase. Julia will hunt or patrol here in the enemy phase. Which means I could... It's true. It's true. I don't know what to tell you, Sablica. Man, that is tough. But I have 6 actions remaining. The move is free. So it could be move in, shoot, and then it's a double action to move out of the unvisited isle. It could be clue, free, move. So clue, move, shoot, double action, shoot, which would bring her up to 8 health. Or bring her up to 8 damage. If I succeeded. Because both of my vicious blows failed. And that's... Yes, you're also right. I have the clue for the snare. If I place a snare on her, she retaliates. But I don't have a way... Yeah, I don't have any moves. But also there's no resign, right? So I I need to actually just try to get her. Or try to clear the clues from the unvisited isle to get a victory point. Flower, I'm just like, I don't want to do this job anymore. Bang! Just like actually kill somebody on the docks. They're like, Tommy, you're a loose cannon. You can't just shoot people because you think they're evil. Then I earn a buck from bounty. So stupid. Okay. Move. Free trigger. Move 1. Engage Julia. Attack Julia. This is my second action. Exhaust Becky to ignore retaliate. I am at 7-4. Elusive is so bad, man. But I get it. -4. So I fail anyway. So she elusives away to the river docks. I have 1 action remaining on my turn. If I could get these 3 clues, I would end up with more... Well, I'd end up with maybe a sacrificial dagger. Let's go ahead and investigate. Fuck, I can't believe I drew a -4. I'm going to investigate 3-3. And I'm at a lair location, so I could just die here. No, -3. Okay. Okay. That's that. Enemy phase, no enemies. Upkeep readies Julia. I draw a card. It's another bounty. Nothing, unfortunately. I don't think I misplayed anything, per se. We place a doom on the agenda, and we draw an encounter card. It's another blood-crazed... Oh, fuck! I never killed the blood-crazed vermin! Oh, yo, that's so bad. Okay. So, let's... Okay. All I can do is have killed the vermin. I'll have... I know this is... I can't reset. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. It's very easy. I will reset very quickly. Now, the question is, Flower, if I'm resetting, do I get another crack at Julia Stern? I say yes. I say yes, although I don't think it really matters. So, first action, we have to kill... Oh, and I can't free trigger anyway because there's a waterfront civilian here. This is all fucked. It's fine. I have to reset anyway. So we reset. I reset to Main Street, and I punch the blood-crazed vermin. I am 5-2. -2. We kill the blood-crazed vermin. Second action, we have to either just spend an action moving, or we have to parlay the waterfront civilian. What would Tommy do? He would... Well, I'm not going to succeed the parlay, am I? But he would. I would parlay the waterfront civilian. A blood token? I'm still evens. Fucking blood tokens are crazy. Minus, Elder Thing. -3 if you fail if there are one or more blood tokens sealed. Release one and take a damage. So I will seal one and then release it and take a damage. Holy crapola. Well, now it doesn't matter at all. I'm gonna parlay again. I wouldn't have gotten the clues off Unvisited Isle anyway, because I'm lacking clue tech. -2. Fail again. Enemy phase now. Julia patrols to the river docks. I would upkeep into bounty and all my other cards. Gain a resource, which I already did. Mythos. I now place the doom and I draw another blood-crazed vermin. We're back around to the investigation phase, where if I had placed more snares... So I can see how this would be easier on multiplayer, right? She'd have more health, but one person would hit her into a location nearer to you, the other investigator, and then you'd run in and place a clue on her. Anyway, I'm going to, I'm going to punch the blood-crazed vermin, committing another bounty. 5-3. So many blood tokens. -4 from the skull. Let's go again. 3 up with the police dog. Hang on. There's a token in here that doesn't belong. Yeah. What the hell is that guy doing? And there's a damage token in here. We're gonna punch the blood-crazed vermin. It doesn't have retaliate or anything, so I'm just gonna do it again. Fucking skull, -4. I was 3 up. -2. It's too bad, Flower, because I really feel like for the most part they've done a really good job of like making everything else kind of work quite well. In the enemy phase, Julia patrols in. Tommy hears the scuffling behind him and hears a gasp, and he turns around just in time to see the creature that was Julia Stern rip the head off of a man whose last sight on this earth is the fangs and claws of a crazed woman. After enemies move, but before they attack, they deal a damage to the nearest enemy, the nearest creature, non-elite enemy, which is doomed, so it places a doom on the agenda, which advances the agenda. I presume this one is the end of the... yeah. The Miskatonic River burns with bright orange light as the sun rises in the east. The night melts away, and slowly the streets come alive again as the people of the waterfront district begin the day anew. Too much time has passed, and Julia Stern has escaped. You can only hope that Detective Reynolds has produced some results in his own investigation. God damn it, Tommy, you're a loose cannon! Plus side, neither weakness. Resolution 3. Man, I keep wanting to I was hoping they'd print on the long edge, not the short edge. Resolution 3. The hunt through the night is long and arduous, but Julia proves too crafty and too swift for your efforts, and apparently immune to vicious blows. By the morning of the 3rd day of your search, you worry that you'll have to wait until she strikes again. For now, however, the only path forward for you is to reconnect with Detective Reynolds and get to the bottom of what caused all this bloodshed in the first place. In your campaign log, record... sigh. The investigators failed to stop Julia Stern. I'm gonna write... Tommy failed to stop Julia Stern. Very sad. But understandable. Each investigator earns experience equal to Victory X. The Victory X value of each card in the Victory display. Each investigator earns 2 bonus experience. I have in the Victory display two Victory locations. I know, Flower. Aren't I crazy? He's a crazy boy! You're like, but why would you do this? What if you wanted to play again? I'll just download the page again and use it with, what am I gonna do? Erase Doomed? No. unspent experience. Well, I will spend it, so I just need to remember I have 6 XP. 4 from locations, and 2, each investigator earns 2 bonus experience as they are better prepared for what is to come. Proceed to Resolution 4. Back at Detective Reynolds' office, you explain what you've learned. And then she had claws, and she had teeth, and there was this bat thing, and then I burned the warehouse to... Okay, slow down there, rookie. He tells you that his leads also pointed toward the New Horizons meatpacking facility, and a suspicious group that has been seen around the building, dressed in robes, instead of the more standard aprons and coveralls of the workers. The same place where Julia worked, Reynolds says. Seems like that place is worth a visit. Detective Reynolds joins the investigation. Ba-na-na-na. Choose an investigator to become the bearer of the set-aside Detective Reynolds story asset. Oh, nope, that's the Fang of Zumbor Morte, or whatever. Detective Reynolds, in over his head, is a 3-cost asset, is an ally. It takes up the ally slot. He has 2 willpower icons. Ally police traded. You get +1 intellect. After you discover 1 or more clues, exhaust Detective Reynolds, draw the top card of the encounter deck, discover a clue from your location or a revealed connecting location. +1 intellect, and he has an ability where after you discover a clue, you can trade an encounter draw for another clue. Really nice in solo, in my opinion, as long as I'm prepared for enemies. If the investigators found a sacrificial dagger, each investigator who ends the scenario with 3 or more blood tokens sealed on their investigator becomes the bearer of a set-aside the Blood Blight weakness, if they are not already a bearer of it. Release each sealed blood token and return them to the Chaos Bag. Proceed to Scenario 2. The Blood Blight is a weakness. He's gotten attacked by Julia enough that Tommy can feel that something is happening to him. It's a permanent, limit 1 per deck, so it'll just start out. Forced, when the round ends, search the bag for a blood token and seal it on your investigator. Well, it takes them out of the bag, at least, right? Action, deal up to 3 damage to an investigator at your location. Release that many blood tokens from your investigator. If you dealt 3 damage by this effect, remove a blood token from the bag. So, in other words, this is permanent. Every round I have to take a blood token out of the bag and seal it on me, which is bad, obviously. I can deal myself 3 damage to release 3 sealed blood tokens and then take 1 out of the bag. Well, that, my friends, is the end of Scenario 1. And we're moving on to Scenario 2, which is called New Horizons. Now, I need to sleeve up Detective Reynolds. I need to sleeve up a bunch of new encounter cards and stuff. So the question that I'm going to put to the chat here, I still have time. I can play at least 1 more scenario. I'm hoping to do the next 2, obviously. The question that I'm asking chat here, it would make more sense for me to simply go to a BRB screen and spend like 15 minutes getting ready, right? 10 or 15 minutes. I'm going to eat something and grab the rest of my coffee and then I'll start setting up and I can do some of that on stream. Would people prefer for me to end the stream and restart the stream is the question. I'm going to assume no, but you never know. Let's unsleeve Julia. Put her back over there. Detective Reynolds joins the squad. Ba-na-na-na. That was, I think, pretty close. Obviously, the issue is the tentacles and the like not so good card draw on what's her name on attacking Julia. That was really sad. Don't end stream. No, Scott. If you end the stream, how will we know to come back? Well, it'll tell you when to come back. Okay, cool. Well, in that case, I'm gonna clean up on stream a little bit. If people want to ask questions... Oh, I also have to spend XP, of course. I have 6 XP. In the chat, actually... Let's do this. I think this won't be too crazy. I will open up Arkham DB and Yeah. Here, hang on. Let's add a browser. No, don't add a browser. Sorry, that's wrong, guys. Sorry. That's not what I meant to do. Shit. Oh no! How do I undo that? Oh no! I accidentally deleted the scene. That's not what I meant to do. Full screen. Oh, that's so funny. My keyboard is way the hell. Sorry guys, let me fix this in studio mode. There we go. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm adding alerts, new link. Oh, whoops. I'm gonna add chat. Spook chat. Isn't this fun? I could do this off cam as well, off stream as well. This is good, this is good. Okay. I also can't see chat right now while I'm talking. I was gonna put my... Well, closed all my tabs. Flower, I think I'm the one person I know who only has like 2 tabs open at a time. Like when I close my browser, all the tabs go, and that's okay. I'm not mad at it. Let's see, what else is here? I've got desktop audio, mic. Yeah, I need to add some audio sources, don't I? And the mic. Okay. And then I think that's that, and I will put chat on top. It's on top. Okay. There we go. Phew! Yeah, that's it. Like, 'tis what it is, I suppose. Found the alien. I can't be mad at that. That's very funny, Sablica. Now I was going to add a window capture, which will be Chrome. Not Chrome, sorry. Let's delete that. Yeah, what? When I open my browser, it's to look up a few things. Now, in fairness, I have a little obsession with closing things when they're done, which means that I'm the guy who opens email, looks at my emails, closes it, opens my emails again, closes it. I don't leave things open. I like close things when they're done. You know what I mean? I don't know. I know I'm a bit of a weirdy in that way, okay? Let's add a window capture. No, where is it? Sorry guys, 2 seconds. Why can't I open this? I wanted to show off my deck to talk about... Okay, well now I'm just wasting time. I'm just burning daylight at this point. Okay. I'm gonna go figure out what I'm gonna spend my XP on. And I will come back to the stream in just a few minutes. Well, in quite a few minutes. I'm gonna go have some coffee. Everyone, go take a break. Have some coffee. Go use the washroom. Do what you need to do. I'm gonna redo the board here, and I'll be setting up for scenario 2. I'm also gonna upgrade my deck. 6 XP. Pretty good. We'll see you back on Doomed in like a while. I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. See you soon. Whew, man, setup takes forever. Welcome back to Doomed. Solo playthroughs through Arkham Horror, the card game, with a focus on roleplay and storytelling. Today, I'm just making a note of the time-ish. Scenario 2. Today, Children of Blood, the new short mini campaign from Arkham Horror, the card game. Tommy Muldoon, the rookie officer from the Arkham PD, is trying to stop a series of mysterious, bloody attacks in the waterfront district of Arkham, Massachusetts. Last scenario, he was trying to hunt down a crazed, bloodthirsty creature, a woman who used to be human. Unfortunately, did not manage to succeed in defeating her, but has managed to meet up with his commanding officer, Detective Reynolds, his partner, I guess, I would say. And together, they're going to figure out what comes next. Always setting up. Breathe a little. Set something down. Set down your coffee cup. Set down your expectations. So, my friends, the first and most important thing I'm going to say here, in an attempt to set up the next scenario, I glanced at the scenario setup, and there's 2 versions, so I had to make a story choice off stream. I will make it again on stream so that you all kind of know where I'm coming from. Also, and this is super weird. Oh, no, never mind. I did find it. I was like, I couldn't find an encounter set, but I can, actually. It's fine. I know where it is. So that's all good. This is scenario 2, New Horizons. We're going to take a look at the map as it stands and figure out what we're kind of looking at here and make sure that everything is all set up. Historical story choice reenactment. I like to assume you have expectations, Flower. They may be in hell. They may be in the trash, but one way or the other. So let's jump back here. As a reminder, the only note I've made in my encounter... Ripley? Oh my god, no. Oh, here she is. Here's our fluffy little friend. Oh, you got green screen eyes, don't you? Yeah. Mwah. You just want to be on stream. Mwah. Bye-bye. Oh, gosh, where is... So I will say setting up takes a lot longer than I expected, and my apologies. I could have pre-sleeved all of the encounter cards, and I did not, so it is what it is. That was scenario 1, River of Blood. XP 6. Spent my XP. I didn't get out one of the cards. Shit! Okay, I gotta do that. However, Tommy failed to stop Julia Stern. Now, let's read scenario 2 while I sneakily grab this. Oh, no, I haven't done. 2 seconds, team. Here? It's here. Alright. I got Charles. Can you tell I haven't had to sort my collection in a long time? I took one horror from the green screen! Tommy, having reunited with Detective Reynolds, realizes that they're going to have to make some use of their natural charisma if they want to stake out the New Horizons meatpacking plant and figure out what's going on here. Okay, so I've spent my XP. Let's have a look. Scenario 2, New Horizons. With Detective Reynolds at your side, you head to the New Horizons facility in the Waterfront District. Well, the way I see it, we've got 2 options, Reynolds says. We can go in now and conduct our search. I've got the warrant, it'll be more official. But there's also people who are working. People complicate things. Or, he produces a set of lockpicks. We wait until after dark. Add a cultist token to the Chaos Bag for the remainder of the campagne. I could have done that off stream. I assumed you guys won't want to see me struggle to find one on stream. I'm just realizing now. I made a choice based not on that intro, but on something that comes up in the future. Yeah, New Horizons giving its... Yeah, New Horizons is a crazy name for a meat-packing plant, I think. Because here's the thing. The investigators must choose as a group. Search during the day, brackets, hint, prepare to talk your way in, or search after dark, hint, prepare to fight your way in. Here's how I'm going to justify my choice, because I think upon reading what Reynolds says, which I did not want to read because I wanted to read it on stream, the thing is, I didn't want to, after realizing how much of a different setup there is between the 2 versions, I wanted to do it off stream so that you guys could, like, you know, not have to, I mean, you had to wait around anyway, but you don't have to watch me fumble around. But here's my justification. Tommy has seen enough of these crazed, bloodthirsty beasts to know that if they're all going to congregate in one place, it'll be after dark. And the most likely scenario is that if there's a link between that ritualistic circle in the back alley, which was the lair of Julia Stern, if there's some sort of link between that ritual and the New Horizons meatpacking plant, he wants to go in after dark so that he can take them down. So I'm going to choose search after dark, prepare to fight your way in. Hindsight 2020, I think a cop would be more likely to usually talk their way in. But today, that's not the plan. So, setup version 2. And again, I would change my mind, but I've already done the setup, so I don't want to fucking do it again. This is the story now, right? Gather each location in the New Horizons encounter set, put each night location into place. There's day and night versions of each location. If you're playing on easy or standard, set a certain number of shallow tunnels aside out of play, as opposed to darkest depths. Construct the agenda using agendas 1A and 2A, the night agendas. Gather each copy of a certain enemy, easy, standard, harder, expert versions. I've set that aside. Set the following cards aside out of play. Blah! A bunch of encounter sets as well. Tommy the loose cannon. Yeah, exactly. You know what, Flower? I'll take it. That actually is very fair. Remove certain enemies from the game. Shuffle the encounter cards to create the encounter deck. You are now ready to begin. I am actually just gonna... I'm gonna do their suggested setup rather than the one I did myself just now, because I imagine it will be easier to remove certain locations from the game, or what have you. Let's go back to our encounter. So we've got factory floors, west and east, which connect to each other and the loading dock, and then west and east connect to the manager's office and storage. Let's Ripley... Oh my god, dude. These cats. Let's go ahead and shuffle our deck, shuffle the encounter deck, and then we'll do our ritualistic cutting of the decks, to be clear. Not that it helped us that much last time. I think that first scenario went okay, honestly. 6 XP. I wasn't defeated because the agenda advanced before I would have gotten hit. I'm going to cut the encounter deck, and then I'm going to put the top card on the bottom. And I'm going to shuffle my deck one last time and draw my encounter cards here. A reminder that we are now in possession of Detective Reynolds. Hopefully I can find him. And the Blood Blight. When the round ends, search the Chaos Bag for a blood token. Seal it on your investigator. And then there's a way to remove them, but it costs you damage, so seems like I'm not going to be doing that. No, the ritual for the the ritual for my deck is bottom on top, I think. That's what I think, anyway. Let's see what I draw. Okay, my friends. The stage has been set. We will, of course, read our agenda and our act momentarily, but first, let's draw our opening hand. Let's get doomed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Detective Reynolds? Are you here? I'll meet you inside, kid. Alright. I got an emergency cash and a bounty. That's money. 2 copies of Stakeout and a police dog. Well, we're keeping the police dog. I don't need to heal the horror yet. I will need it later. I'd prefer a clue tool like police dog, so let's keep the emergency cash, let's keep the police dog. We need a weapon, so I'm going to set 3 aside, and I'm going to draw Vicious Blow, M1911, and the other copy of Bounty. Alright. We've got a good line on a first turn, I think. I should have seen... It's crazy, eh, Flower? I, barely even noticed she was there. That's so funny. Alright. Where am I supposed to begin? Locations. We begin play at a factory floor of my choice. Always left. Alright. Agenda 1A. Oh, sorry. Yes, I've already shuffled that. That's fine. Agenda 1A. Quiet night. 6 Doom. You find your way into the meatpacking plant facility through the back entrance, coming in through the loading dock. After you break in through the locked door, you find the warehouse to be quiet and dark. Silvery moonlight streams in from the high windows to illuminate parts of the factory floor, but you can't shake the feeling that something is hiding in the shadows, watching you. Act 1A, to New Horizons. The New Horizons facility is one of the more recently constructed buildings in Arkham. The clean windows and crisp brick facade present a welcoming exterior, but your instincts tell you that not all is as it seems. Tommy's instincts are generally pretty good. Objective: if each surviving investigator has resigned, we go to R1. So it's a classic, right? R1 resign thing. We out of music again? We out of music, huh? Hey, oh, hey, oh. You'll have to let me know if that's too loud or too quiet or whatever. Objective: at the end of the round, investigators at storage may spend the requisite number of clues as a group to advance. It's 3 clues. So I need 3 clues, and I need to be at storage. We know what we have to do. Let's have a look. Factory floor west, night. The factory floor is quiet under the light of the moon. Bloody carcasses hang from the racks, and you think you can see something moving in the shadows. 1 shroud and 1 clue. After you discover the last clue from this location, you must either add a blood token or place a doom on the current agenda. I could leave the clue here. Right? I could just leave it. It's an easy clue, but maybe I just leave it. Or I wait for the witching hour and place the doom then. Because it doesn't say advance the act. That would be decent, I think. Okay. Tommy is looking around. Detective Reynolds has decided to sort of loop around the front and try to break in there. We'll hopefully meet up with him later. I'm gonna play 3 cards. Emergency. I should have 5 resources. Emergency cash takes me up to 8. Then I'm gonna do the following: police dog for 3, and action, spend a resource to play a firearm with an extra bit of ammo on it. So it has 6 ammo. I gained 3 and then I spent 7. So I should be down 4. I should be at 1 resource. Perfect. Tommy's brought Saxon with him, which is a little crazy. It feels like something that's not necessarily... I guess the police are signing off on it because Detective Reynolds is here, right? I still have a bounty and a vicious blow in hand. So let's go ahead and upkeep. I draw a card. It's a right tool for the job and gain a resource. I go up to 2. Very. He's a police dog, you see. He's a very well-trained boy. Wait, where's Saxon? There he is. Saxon is going to be useful. He provides me +1 skill value while attacking or investigating, and I also have a weapon turn 1, which is good. We go to 1 out of 6 doom, and we draw our first encounter card. A Child of Blood. Oh, sorry, at the end of the round, I must seal a blood token on me. There's 1. That's so annoying, dude. Alright. I mean, I guess I could just take them all out of the bag. Something is watching. Oh, sorry. Saxon growls, and a growl is heard from behind Tommy. He sort of... Thank you, Flower. He turns around, gently pulling his M1911 out of... Oh, no, okay, Flower. Yeah, sounds good. I'll just... No, I'm just kidding. Dude, that'd be so funny. Add a bless every time you sneeze would be crazy. Sorry. Add a curse every time you sneeze. Add a bless any time someone says bless you. That's funny. Alright. Child of Blood. Let's shoot it, I guess. M1911. +1 combat. I'm fighting at 5-3. I will use the... I should have read this. Sorry. So I'm at 6-3, but I'm going to read New Horizons. The skulls are -X, the current act number, -1. Cultists are -1. If there's a blood token sealed on your investigator, reveal an additional token. After this test resolves, release a blood token. Okay. Tablets. This is bad. -3, -5 if there's a blood sealed on your investigator. And then after this test resolves, release a blood. -4 for the Elder Thing. If you fail and there is a blood token on you, take a damage and release one. Okay, well, there is one and there's always going to be one, so I'm 3 up, but like 5 up is kind of where I need to be. But I also don't want to just commit cards willy-nilly. So I'm just going to take the test. I'm 3 up, shooting a gun with the aid of Saxon. Come here. Hiya! -2. 2 damage. The creature, whose growl had turned into a scream, stops moving. I'm going to play Bounty. Play after an enemy at your location is defeated. You gain X resources. X is their health. $2 fast is like not a lot, but it is something. And I'm going to need money for stuff later, I am sure. Tommy is a little jittery, but this creature... Tempo, be king. Let's go second action. Let's move down to the manager. Oh, sorry. Investigators cannot enter the manager's office unless the investigators have found the manager's keys. Well, we won't, so... The factory floor is an easy clue, but it either adds a blood token or places a doom on the agenda. I mean, it doesn't matter if I add blood tokens, right? Like, I mean, it does, in the sense that... Yeah, you must either add a blood token to the bag or place a doom on the current agenda. Yes, let's do it. It's just because of the blood blight, I'm gonna have one on me at all times. So. And, second action, if I don't succeed, but I release one, then I'll have none, and that'll be better. So, I am investigating 3-1? That kind of sucks. Because I could also, like, search for a flashlight, and then I'd have it. No, I'm 2 up, Half a curse for a clue. That's a blood token, -1. I'm 1 up on this test. Tablet, there we go. -5 if there's a blood token on you. After this test resolves, release a blood token on you. Well, I release one, but then I seal the one that I drew. So, I am evens. Third action, let's go ahead and do it again. Is this bad? People do always play Faustian Bargain. It's very good. I'm holding a token, I don't know what it is. Tommy is searching the factory floor for clues as to where to go next. Where people may be hiding, -2. Success. I was 2 up. Take the clue. I add a blood token to the bag. I should have seen how many there were. I had 4 over there before I started, so this is 5, and I think there's only 12 total. I should have counted. Let's count. It is actually going to matter, right? I'm going to put things away as we go. The problem with an opaque bag is that you can't see into it, he said, snidely. There's another blood token, there's another blood token, there's another blood token, that's 6. Sorry, 5 in here and 1 on me, so I guess that makes more sense. Okay, I think we're at 6 total. Yeah, okay. And at the end of the round, I'm going to have to seal 1 anyway. Do that now. Okay, we got the clue. I just added 1, right? Yes, which is why I had 5 and now there's 6 total. I'm going to go ahead and upkeep. Well, Flower, I'm not actually sure. I will do that. I'm not... Oh, no, you're right. Sorry, you're right. I only have 10 of each. Because there would only ever be 10. Non-transparent poker cards. Yeah, why would you... Man, if it's transparent, it's not like someone can see in from the other side. No one knows what they have. They're transparent. You have to sleeve cards to play poker. That's funny. Upkeep brings me a Make 'em Sing and a resource. This is good because Make 'em Sing is that parley event where you evade an enemy and gain a clue. Okay. You ready, police dog? We've sealed our blood blight. Oh, God. I'm gonna add a doom to the agenda. I have a feeling like fighting our way in might not actually be exactly what's going on here. Tommy finds a trail of blood leading outside towards the loading dock, which of course is near where he came in, but maybe he can find sort of information about what was being brought in here. Let's go ahead and draw an encounter card. First, though, it's another enemy! A sanguine cultist spawns at any empty location. 3/1/3s. This is like a little cultist from the OG core set. After sanguine cultist enters play, place a doom on it. Any investigator may search the Gale's bag for a blood token and seal it on their investigator to prevent this effect. Well, I'm going to kill it. Famous last words. But I also, like, down with tongue biting. Down with tongue biting. The thing is, I don't need to seal blood tokens because, like, I'm going to be sealing them anyway, so it doesn't matter. But anyway. I'm going to put the Sanguine Cultist at the loading dock, because that's where I want to go. First action. What do I have? I have a Make 'em Sing. Ah! Let's not take the Doom. Let's seal a fucking blood token. Oh man, finding them is going to be a disaster. Oh no. Yeah, finding them is going to be an absolute nightmare. There's one. I'm going to seal a blood token to prevent this effect, because I may end up leaving this cultist alive. First action. We're going to move into the loading dock. The loading dock at the rear of the facility is home to stacks of crates and wooden pallets. Oh, welcome to my home. Have you seen my crates and wooden pallets? The doors out are locked and secured. It would take some effort to get them open again. No need, right? Ah, 3 shroud and a clue. Test Combat 3 to force the loading door open. You may place a doom on the current agenda to decrease the difficulty of this test by 2. If you succeed, this location gains action resign. Well, that's going to be how we get out later, so it's not a bad thing to do. However, I don't want to do it now. I instead am engaged with the Sanguine Cultist, and I'm going to action parley the Sanguine Cultist and hope that it succeeds. Second action, 2 resources, Make 'em Sing. So, Tommy finds his way towards the loading dock. There is somebody guarding the loading dock door, but they've essentially fallen asleep. He manages to make a grab at them, thrusting his nightstick up under their chin. They are scared. Choose an enemy at your location. Test Combat X. X is their remaining health. 1. If you succeed, evade and discover a clue. Uh-oh. Oh, Flower, I need the forecast. So I am parleying at 4-1. Combat. This is not an attack or an investigation, and I have no other combat tokens I would like to commit. Ugh. There's so many tokens in this bag. Fucking tentacle, pardon my French. Fail. The cultist just grins and jams something up towards Tommy's throat, forcing him to step back. Let's okay, well now we're in trouble. So let's kick its ass. Now we just have to punch it. 4-1. I'm not using a I do have a lot of bullets. Let's use a bullet. 5-3. Sorry, 5-3. He's gonna try to jam the gun up under 0. Could have not used a bullet. The Sanguine Cultist's head explodes. He got no information out of them, unfortunately. But at least the cultist is no more. Aw. Well, it's in her blood, Zablica, to propose. You know what I mean? Oh, that ended quickly. Okay. End of the investigation phase. I didn't get the clue. There are no ready enemies. I will upkeep into another copy of Make 'em Sing. Who shuffled this deck? And I will go up to 4 resources once more. And then at the end of the round, I must seal a blood token. Lol. So many. Dude, it's crazy town. Aha! Ah, come back! Sealed! There are now 4 blood tokens on my... Oh man, the blood blight. Tommy can feel something in his blood sort of firing up and down his veins, but he doesn't know what it is, essentially. How am I going to get the clues off this location? Because I could also place a doom on the current agenda to decrease the difficulty of this test by 2. So I could, like, force the door by placing doom in the witching hour, depending on where we get to. But first, we place a doom the regular way. We're up to 3 of 6. Whoops. Let me draw an encounter card. Morbid Rituals. Place doom on the nearest cultist enemy equal to the number of blood tokens on your investigator. Woof. Woof. If no doom was placed by this effect, search the chaos bag for a blood token and seal it on you. Okay, well, at this point, they're all going to be out of the bag. Hey, that's the Elder Sign. Get back here. I have 5 blood tokens sealed on me. So stupid. Okay, we're back around to the investigation phase. It is only now that Tommy can see, after having killed the person who tried to kill him. You know, he shot in self-defense, right? It's only now that he can see what the person was doing here. He thought they were simply guarding the door, but it looks like they actually had a ritual ongoing. Now the question is, I think we need to get Reynolds out, or find a lower shroud location to get clues off of. If I go to storage without clues... Correct, Flower. Okay, well, see, this is good to know, right? Because I was going to evade it and move on, and then I would have dumped fucking 5 doom on it, and been like, whoa, shit, run back and kill... Will there be a clue on storage? Probably, right? So I think we go up to the factory floor east. The factory floor is quiet under the light of the moon. Bloody carcasses hang from the racks, and you think you can see something moving in the darkness. 2 shroud and a clue. After you discover the last clue at this location, you must either add a blood token to the bag or draw the top card of the encounter deck. Well, that's okay at least. What's the bag, man? Fucking hell. -3, -5, there's a blood token. Whatever. I'm going to investigate with Doggo. Hang on, should I draw first? I should draw first. Second action, draw. It's a lesson learned. Play after an enemy attacks, you discover a clue. I will then, last action, investigate with Saxon. We're going to sniff around here. A lot of bloody carcasses, but maybe something else. Maybe something to indicate where the cult's nefarious activities are happening. I'm 2 up. -1. Hey, you're back. You love to see it. We get the clue. And then I must either add a blood token. I will add a blood token to the bag. At the end of the round, I'm going to have to seal one on me anyway, so I'm going to do that. This is so... Why would I do this? Tommy is so, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Because Izzy Barnes was very dismissive of the cult of Elokos, right? And was just like, whatever, just cutting them down left and right, shooting flames and shit, and being like, I'll burn your tree god, I don't care. Tommy is also very dismissive of this sanguine cult, but I wonder if he should be a little nicer. So I'm going to add a blood token to the bag. Upkeep draws me a stakeout and gets me a resource. We go up to 5. And then I must seal a blood token on my investigator. Why would I do that? Who did this? Who's doing this to me? We go to 4 out of 6 doom. Wah! Oh my god. Okay. And we draw an encounter card. Oh, sorry. We ready Saxon. We still have 4 bullets on our M1911. If I draw into another weapon, I'll be able to use his ability to swap out the 1911 for it. But first, what comes out of the shadows at Tommy? Ugh. Night Feeder. 3 fight, 4 health, 3 evade, elusive, hunter. After Night Feeder deals damage, heal a damage from it. Okay. Elusive hunter. This is also, I don't know if you guys can see the art or whatever. This is just straight up a vamp. This is just straight up Nosferatu. The person, or the clan. I think so too, Flower. Yeah, he's, he really wants to give blood, but he's also like, well, yeah, maybe not. We went to 4 out of 6 Doom and we drew a Night Feeder. Well, easy peas lemon squeeze, right? We need to shoot this Night Feeder and drive him away. That's pretty straightforward. It doesn't have Retaliate. We're going to use a bullet from the M1911, which takes me up to 5 to 3, and then I'm going to use Police Dog to go to 6. And I have nothing I wish to commit. I could also parlay, make him sing, but that's not useful here. So, 3 up. These stupid blood tokens. -2. Bang! The creature, which Tommy thought was just another one of those changed humans, he can see its eyes glowing red in the dark as it simply cackles, giggles, lets out a breath, and vanishes back into the darkness. 2 damage. And it's elusive. Oh, I see what I've done. There we go. 2 damage. And it's elusive, so it moves to a connecting location empty if able. And exhausts. Second action. We move down to storage just to see what it is. The basement of the facility is dark and musty despite the new construction. Streaks of recently spilled blood run along the floor, disappearing into the shadows. 4 shroud and a clue. Free trigger! If there are no clues on storage, add a blood to the bag. Remember, the investigators found the manager's keys. Group limit once per game. That's not bad. So I shot the guy, I moved down to storage. I would love to get this clue. And I think I'm probably going to end up getting it off of an enemy somehow. So I'm going to spend a resource to find the right tool for the job. Search the top 9 cards of your deck for a tool or weapon. Because I'm thinking, there's loose cannon. You're a loose cannon! There's my wounded as well. Let's shuffle those guys back in. Oh, okay, the only tool or weapon I have in the top 9 cards of my deck is another copy of M1911. I'll draw it and bring it to hand. It's a bit of a slower kind of start, I guess, but I'm hoping to top deck Detective Reynolds. Honestly, I was hoping to get a flashlight. If we're down in the basement, I was really hoping to have a flashlight. You know what I mean? Okay. 4 shroud and a clue. Victory 1, I should have mentioned. The manager's keys would be good. And at the end of the round, if I'm here, I can spend the clues. Okay. Enemy phase, no ready enemies. Upkeep readies the Night Feeder, which is an elusive hunter. I draw a scene of the crime. Do I save this? I don't know. We get a resource and we go up to 5. We ready Saxon. And I must find and seal a blood token. I believe there's only 1 left in the bag. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do this and try to find it. There it is. So many stupid fucking blood tokens on me. I think that's it, though. I think we're at 7 of 12. And they're all... You guys can't see this. Sorry, I should have done this. Here's Tommy with 7 blood and 2 clues. I need 3 clues and storage in order to advance. If I do this and get the keys, that might be useful. Well, yeah, a 2 shroud high... a high shroud 2 clue location with an enemy. I do need tempo. But what else am I going to do is the other question. Let's find out what 5 Doom brings. Tommy, wishing he had a light, steps slowly and carefully, avoiding the pools of blood on the floor, letting Saxon silently sniff it, try to figure out what's going on. Rotting remains. Saxon yelps as a... Oh, interesting. So guys, I want to... Thanks, Flower. I just want to show everybody this art who's still here. This is the art from the OG Rotting Remains, but they've added a brick wall, sort of implying that it's like around the corner of a room, which is also very weird because... How odd. It's just a bit odd to me because, like, the floor is not outside, like, it's inside floor, so that must be an inside brick wall. Anyway, whatever. Test willpower 3 for each point you fail by, take a horror. That's okay. I don't have any willpower icons to commit. 3 to 3. Tommy stumbles back. The buzzing of, well, flies and the horrible squirming sound of maggots. Ah! -5 if there's a blood token sealed on your investigator. Release a blood token on you. That's actually, you know what? Sablica, that is fair. So I fail by 3. I take 3 horror. Big oof. But we're back around to the investigation phase, and I have a stakeout, which would take me up to 5. No, but this is a high shroud location. I'm going to use Scene of the Crime for $2 and just get the clue. So now the question is, free trigger if there's no clues, get the... Free trigger, get the manager's keys, and then I could sit here, or I could move over to Night Feeder and try to kill it. Now I'm curious. I just didn't like my, I think we should advance the act at the end of the round. I like the idea of getting manager's keys, so I'm gonna free trigger, add a blood token to the bag, and remember remember that we have the manager's keys. There are now 8 in the bag, 6 of them are on me. Did I seal one at the end of the round? Yeah. That's first action, the scene of the crime. Tommy is examining the rotting corpse that he found on the ground, as is Saxon. It's clearly been here for a couple of nights, but it looks deliberately placed, almost as if it was ritualistically murdered and then left here to rot for something, some reason. I could go move into the manager's office, because I have the keys. But if I do that... Oh, the Night Feeder would come in and hit me for a damage and a horror, and I would lesson learn to pick up the clue. But then I'm not on storage. What's in the manager's office? I set some story assets aside? The manager's keys are a divine sign of what? Of what, Sablica? Of going to the manager's office? Because I could move, and then... Okay, no, taking a horror is a really bad idea. Like, deliberately, because I would have to, right? That would be very silly. So, I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to second action draw a card. It's an overpower. This guy. I like it. And then last action... Do I draw again? What are my weaknesses? I draw again. Another overpower. Well, okay, well now we've got lots of options for taking out enemies. Enemy phase, the Night Feeder hunts, following the scent of Tommy. I'm going to have him hunt to the east factory floor. Upkeep draws me a card. It's lesson learned. I have 8 cards in hand, which is my maximum hand size, and I go up to 4 resources. At the end of the round, I must seal a blood token, and I must... let's find me a blood token, please. How many tokens do you need to take out of the bag before you find a specific one? Well, that depends on how many are in the first place. 7 sealed blood tokens. Lol. Then, at the end of the round, investigators may spend 3 clues to advance, which I will do. Let's see what's here. Act 1B. the path below. Your search of the factory floor and offices has proven thorough, and you are about... Well... he thinks he's been thorough. Let's put it that way. You're about to leave empty-handed when you spot something you had missed. A square hatch in the floor of the basement storage. Perhaps the ritualistic murder was also used to distract from what was going on, right? Oh yeah, I'm gonna have him hunt here. Okay, this is good. The hatch is flush with the surrounding surface, blending into the rest of the floor in the darkness. You would have missed it entirely had it not been for the streak of dried blood that was smeared across the floor, only to be cut off at the seam of the hatch. You're not about to leave the factory without checking every potential spot for cult activity. With little effort, you're able to lift the hatch up and open and stare down into the darkness below. Put the set aside cavern entrance into play. It's connected to... What the hell? It's connected to yellow. That's weird. Oh, it's one way. So yeah, so put cavern entrance into play. Done. Cavern entrance is connected to yellow, which we don't have on the board, plus, which we don't have on the board, and the loading dock. Storage is connected to the factory floor, the loading dock, and the cavern entrance. So it's one way. Do I have a one-way marker? That'd be nice. Yeah, I do, actually. Look at that. So I have to remember that's how it kind of comes out. There's other caverns set aside, so presumably that's how I'm going to... But maybe I keep investigating up here for another minute or two. Search all in and out of play areas for all 4 copies of Factory Worker and remove them from the game. That's crazy. What? Why? Oh, were they in the encounter deck? Dope, man. That's awesome. Get these out of here. I'll have to reshuffle the deck here. Hello? Oh, they're over there. Okay, they were already out of the game. There were 4 copies of Blighted Worker. Oh. Hang on. Search all in and out of play areas for all 4 copies of the Factory Worker enemy. Oh, that's the... Yeah, okay. On the... I think in the day version of this scenario, there's Factory Workers. Okay. Shuffle the set aside Flying Terrors encounter set and each copy of Echoing in Darkness into the encounter deck. Well, let's do that. And I'll read Act 2A in the meantime. The search for answers. The tunnels below the New Horizons facilities are dark, mostly dirt and stone. The only light is the occasional dim glow of candles or a lone electric lantern. You must be on the right track. Objective: if each surviving investigator has resigned. R1. At the end of the round, if there are exactly 2 clues on this act, advance. Do we have to defeat enemies? I don't know. That was the end of the round. Oh yeah, right. Okay, so then we also go to 6 out of 6 Doom and advance the agenda. It's a very big turn for us here. So we just have to go down into the caverns, but maybe Tommy's going to want to go to the manager's office. You feel like you're starting to get somewhere with this investigation, moving carefully through the factory to avoid causing too much of a disturbance. Every sound you make seems to echo deafeningly through the darkness. Your quiet investigation is brought to a halt, however, when the sound of a heavy metal door being thrown open shatters the silence. Oh, fuck! You see a hulking monster. Its form so large you can hardly believe it was once human, shambling through the factory floor. It has heard you, and it's coming for you. Ruh-roh. Spawn the set-aside Night Watchman at the factory floor nearest the most investigators. That's here. Night Watchman is a 4 combat, 6 health, 3 evade enemy. Hunter, Predator, Prey, most clues, Retaliate. Hi, Ripley. Forced. After an investigator discovers 1 or more clues, if it's exhausted, ready it. Otherwise, it disengages and moves once towards where the thing was discovered. I have to draw an encounter card as well. Okay. 4-6-3, but victory 2. Tommy drops to the floor in a cold sweat as he can hear the door being thrown open upstairs and then the crunching, heavy footfall of some massive beast or monster or something coming for him. Cats, what are you guys up to? Oh, dear. Encounter card? Oh, sorry. No, I have to read Agenda 2A Digging Deeper, version 2. The more time you spend in the facility, the more you believe there's a sinister secret lurking in every dark corner or behind every locked door. You've met some resistance so far, and it would have been wise to turn back, but you can't put aside the feeling that if you don't get to the bottom of this, then Julius Stern will only be the first victim of whatever is going on. 14 Doom, and now I will draw an encounter card, which is another Child of Blood, Natch. The creature is no longer human. Well, we gotta shoot it. That's the long and the short of that. And then maybe just move twice, because then the Night Watchman also has Predator, so it'll hit the Night Feeder. I need to... Yeah. So, first action, I need to shoot this fucking thing, Child of Blood, and I will exhaust the police dog. This takes me up to 6-3. If I commit an overpower, I'll be 8-3, which actually takes out the tablets as well, and draws me a card. If that's bad... I feel like I'm going to need the overpowers for the Night Watchman. So I think we just... Fuck, no, but I also need to succeed. I'm gonna be so mad if it's a tablet, though. I'm gonna be so angry if it's a tablet. No, we're 3 up. Hi, Ripley. It's a skull. Minus X, the current act number, which is 2. So I do succeed. Tommy manages to muffle... Don't put him in my discard pile. Get the hell out of here. Tommy manages to muffle the gunshot in the creature's... by jamming his gun into the creature's mouth. Its brains blow out the back, but at least it doesn't make too much noise. Phew. Oh my god. Okay, then... Second action, we're going to move to the loading dock, and then third action, we're going to move to the manager's office because we have the keys. I have a plan. Manager's office. 4 shroud, 1 clue. Victory 1. Hello, the nerdy filmmaker. Welcome to Doomed. Wonderful to have you with us. Tommy Muldoon here. The police officer is currently investigating a meatpacking plant. There's all sorts of bullshit after him. Wonderful to have you with us, my friend. I know we were texting a little bit earlier. I'm chuffed to bits that you finished a little early. Are you planning on maybe streaming? I'm thinking I'm going to try to play the rest of this campaign, but it's already almost 2, so we'll see. Okay. Move. Manager's office, 4 shroud, 1 clue. Victory 1. If there are no clues on manager's office, add a blood token to the bag to remember that the investigators found a sheet of arcane symbols. A little early. Yeah, okay, right. It's true. That was a little infantilizing. Hey! Nerdy, I will raid over to you as soon as I'm done. I'm kind of hoping to play the third and final scenario, but I also can't just sit here all day, so we'll see. Oy. Oh, I'm so excited for you, buddy. That's fantastic. Okay. Enemy phase. Hunter's Hunt, and... Hunter's Hunt. And then this guy is a predator, so he deals a damage to the Night Feeder. That's okay with me. Sit all day. Okay. This is good. This is... Yeah. Okay. This is okay, I think. What's stopping you? Well, Sablica, I have a dinner reservation. And it's not like here, it's like far from here. So I like, and I also like probably shouldn't wear like a shirt and sweatpants to my dinner reservation. Although, I don't know, I've been saving the world today. You know what I mean? Getting these guys killed would be victory points. It would get me the clue off the loading dock. Clues are what I need. I need to put them on the act somehow, but we'll see. Okay. What did I just do? I just moved them, which means it's upkeep. I have to fucking search for the last fucking blood token. Did you have a favorite moment of your sesh today, Nerdy? Also, if you need to get ready for your stream, please don't let me stop you. Man, I did... last stream was so good. You know, Sablica... Oh man, how rude would that be if I was like, you know what? I don't want to go to dinner. Just go and meet them later. No, that's bad. That would be bad. Okay. Done. I've sealed another blood token on my investigator. Amir. Who does Amir play? Does he... Oh, does he play the mob guy? Spoilers! There's a mob guy! Because that's a good shout. Big if true. Or... Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, Nerdy, that's so funny. I like that you say the scene as if they don't have a bunch of them together, but like... I'll have to look back at it now and see, but I like that. That's really fun. Oh, man, I'm so happy. Okay. Upkeep draws me a guts and gets me a resource. I go up to 5 again. I now have 9 cards in hand, which means I need to discard something. Not my other gun. Not my overpowers. Not my stakeouts. Not my lesson learns. Is it guts? No, it'll be one of the overpowers. Damn, dude, that's so dope. I'm so happy. Okay. Then, we go to 1 out of 14 Doom, and we draw an encounter card. Tommy manages to sneak by into the manager's office because he's found the keys, which were on, or near the... Oh, sorry, they were on the body of the creature that he just shot. We go to 1 Doom out of 14, and we draw an encounter card. It's Rotting Remains again. You know that scene in Psycho where there's the chair and it's the mom's corpse or whatever? That's what's happening here in the manager's office. He turns the chair around and like the manager's desiccated corpse just kind of like starts to fall apart. Oh, this is actually really bad because I could just straight die here. Rotting Remains. Test willpower 3. If you fail, take a point for each. Take a horror for each point you fail by. I'm gonna commit guts, which takes me up to 5 to 3. That's all I got. 0. Success. Guts draws me a perception. Not bad. He's not scared anymore. That's for sure. Okay. What the hell am I gonna do? I want to kill Night Feeder. And I want to get the clue off loading dock. Night Watchman says, after an investigator discovers 1 or more clues, it moves once towards the location. So if I get this clue, he'll hunt basically to me, and then I'll have... That guy should be ready. Then I'll have to do something. So I think... Let's investigate. Man, what though? Then do I parlay that guy? No, there's no way. Then I just start shooting him, I guess. No, okay, this is good. Okay, yeah, we're good. Let's stake out the manager's office. Spend $2. This takes me up to 5 to 4. I'll commit a perception, which makes me 7. And I'll use... I will not use Doggy. I'll go 7. Doggy! Doggy! 7. Sorry. 7 to 4. Not good enough? It's not good enough. But it kind of is what it is, right? Yeah, no, we'll use the dog to go 8 to 4. Oh, boy. Tablet. Fuck. -5, release a goddamn blood token. Okay. So, fail. Don't get the draw, don't get the clue, don't get the thing. It's all very bad news. Now that I've done that, I realize I'm just going to wait for next turn instead to get this clue kind of for free. So I think instead we just take a resource last action. Tommy is staking out the manager's office, knowing that he's sort of setting up a trap for the creatures. This massive butcher creature, this Elden Ring boss, this fucking Dark Souls boss man is here. Enemy phase. We have 2 hunters. They hunt. Then, before enemies attack, predators do damage to other enemies, so that kills the Night Feeder, which is awesome. But then, I take 2 damage in a horror. I will take 2 damage in a horror. I don't know what I'm going to do about horror in this scenario, because I'm already in big trouble and I can't kill my doggo. However, I will play Lesson Learned after an enemy attacks me to discover a clue at my location. Boom! And then I could free trigger find a sheet of arcane symbols. I wonder what that means. Okay. That was the enemy phase. Upkeep. Readies. Saxon. Tommy's sort of set up a trap for the creature, but he didn't realize how massive it was. As the vampire-like creature kind of slides through the doorway just bursts open behind it, and the butcher just chops his head off with a massive serrated blade as it goes flying. And then it wheels around on him. After he discovers 1 or more clues, ready it. Okay, he was exhausted, so now he's ready, but that's okay, that's fine. And then that's that. Okay, yeah, upkeep draws me a perception. Gets me another resource. We get a 2 out of 14 doom. Oh, God, there's a tablet here. And I have to seal a fucking token. I'm only laughing because there's so many of them. Like, honestly, what's even the point? Ah! Honestly. Blood. There's one. That's 8. There's going to be a 9th in the bag shortly, I'm sure. Because I would love to, quote, find a sheet of arcane symbols. I also have 2 victory points. That's pretty good. I could just resign at any point as well. Okay. We've upkept, so we've placed a doom, and now I'm going to draw an encounter card. Basically, the massive butcher is here in the manager's office. I'm concerned now, of course, because I don't have any ability. I don't have enough bullets to kill it. Maybe I'm going to punch it to death? We're going to draw an encounter card. Morbid Rituals. Place doom on the nearest cultist, equal to the number of blood tokens. There's no cultists, thank goodness, so we search for a blood token and seal it. I've sealed them all. There's no more blood. You can't give me any more blood, you bastards. Okay. I could... We're back around to the investigation phase. I could just evade... I could try to evade this guy, run, and then when he comes to loading dock, I could use him to sort of try to pick up this clue. But I think instead we just try to kill this guy. Yeah, I think that's the play. So we're going to shoot with the M1911. He's trapped us in the manager's office, right? And I just think we just have to try to kill him. +1 combat takes me up to 5. Overpowered takes me up to 7. Yeah. We just have to try to kill him. Tablet. -5. We release a blood token. It goes back in the bag. Retaliate, 2 damage and a horror. I'm now in really big trouble because it Retaliated? Oh, no. So my parlay for an automatic evade won't help either. I could commit an M1911 to an evasion attempt, but again, I think, I know it's crazy, I think we have to just try to kill him again. Action, shoot another bullet. The beast kind of like clomps down on him and just kind of tries to grab him. I could also run and then, but then I'd have to run and use the action and resign, so we're just going to try to shoot him again. 5, 6 to 4. 7 with the vicious blow. See if the vicious blow works this time. -2. Phew! Okay. 2 damage. I am a little scared. My first action this turn was... I had lesson learned, so I shot him and it failed. Then I shot him again. Sorry, that's 3 damage, isn't it? Because of the vicious blow. I shot him again and it succeeded. Last action. Do I just punch him? No, we evade and hope for the Elder Sign. I don't need to retaliate. What I need is Becky. Last action, attempt to evade. We're going to see if we can get out from underneath him. Elder Sign? Where are you, buddy? Blood? Incredible. Cultist. -1, if there's a blood sealed on you, reveal an additional token. After this test resolves, release a blood. Skull. Okay, so we seal a blood, and then we release a blood, and then I think we're going to seal another one anyway. So this is very bad, because in the enemy phase, I take 2 damage and a horror, which means 1 goes on me, and I have to kill the police dog. Oh, I think this is the end of Tommy again, guys. It'll be a quick one then. And then at the end of the round, we seal a blood token. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. Upkeep. Hand crank flashlight. Well, that's just great timing. I didn't even get down to the bottom. I'm so wrapped up in trying to kill this Night Watchman, man. Oh, it's so bad. Maybe I just try to evade it? Ooh, boy. If I can evade it, I'll just run. And if not, I'll try to punch it. Alright, whatever. That's not my problem right now. My problem right now is it's 3 doom out of 14, and we draw an encounter card, which is Aerial Pursuit, the nearest non-elite enemy. It's elite. There's no other non-elite enemies, but it surges into an Echoing in Darkness. Put it into play in your threat area. After you draw and resolve another treachery from the encounter deck, discard Echoing in Darkness. Draw the top card of the encounter deck. Action, test willpower 3. If you succeed, discard Echoing in Darkness. I'll put it into play in my threat area. That doesn't matter right now. What matters right now is I've got an absolutely massive beast on me, and he's going to just kill me. Now, I could make him sing for an automatic evade. Here. Which is probably better than nothing. Okay, background to the investigation phase. I have an enemy with Retaliate and no bullets left in the gun. Click, click, click. Tommy's like, oh no. He doesn't have Becky. He doesn't even know where Detective Reynolds is. Maybe he's dead. He's starting to panic. He takes a deep breath as the beast rears back for another strike. I can't just fight him. So I have to try to evade him. And I'm gonna have a better time trying to evade him with Make Him Sing. Thanks, Nerdy. It's wonderful to see you, my dude. I hope you have a wonderful time, too. Maybe I'll catch you for a few, depending on how long this is. Parlay. Test an enemy at your location. Test Combat X, their remaining health. So I'm at 4 to 3. If you succeed, automatically evade that enemy and discover a clue. Let's commit a lesson learned. 2 up. It's a parlay action, so it doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. There's no clues to gain, but like maybe... -1! We did it. Okay. Automatically evade that enemy. Holy crapola. Get me the hell out of here. Did I already add a blood or no? I didn't. I'm going to add a blood to the bag so that I can, quote, find a sheet of arcane symbols. Then I'm going to move once. Now the question is, do I set myself up for the resign? No, obviously not. What I do is I play my M1911. Discard a firearm from play, play one from hand. It enters play with 2 additional money on it. Or 2 additional ammo. I have a gun again. Okay. I can't believe I succeeded. Tommy manages, somehow, to get the creature's attention? Where did my clues go? Didn't I have a clue? Yeah, hang on. I got a clue off of the manager's office, which was not the 3 that I spent. Oh man, I've lost a clue. Isn't that crazy? Okay, well, I should have a clue. I feel very confident. Maybe it went back in the bag. I'm gonna be finding clues all over the place. Or is it behind my little decks here? Okay, no. There was a clue on the manager's office that I got. It's because I've gotten 1, 2, 3, and then I spent 3, and I should have this one. So yes, okay, we're good. Oh, okay, Tommy, last action, play another M1911. Or sorry, he reloads his M1911. This is still very scary. Enemy phase, nothing happens. Upkeep, readies the Night Watchman. And draws me a card. It's a loose cannon. You must either discard each firearm you control or lose 5 resources. I just spent all my money. Do you draw a card and then gain a resource? I know the answer to that. The answer is yes. It's draw a card and gain a resource, right? Draw a card and gain a resource. So I have to discard my firearm. Oh no! He goes to reload his weapon. And remembers with horror that his captain had put him on probation and had only issued him a certain number of rounds because he's so trigger happy, you see. Oh my god, that's so bad. Okay, we go to 4 out of 14 Doom. I think we're just gonna maybe get out of here. I have some victory points. We draw an encounter card, though. Torturous transformation. If there are 3 blood tokens sealed on your investigator, take a damage and a horror. Oh, and discard a card at random from your hand. Oh, well, okay. That helps me out. I die. Did I not? No, my stakeout didn't work, so I didn't heal the horror. After you draw and resolve an encounter card. Okay. Well, that's that then. So, I take a mental trauma, and I'm defeated. Holy shit. What the hell was this scenario? Can somebody please remind me next time to take the day route? This is nutso. Okay. Tommy manages to break down the door and run out, screaming into the night. Let's have a look at resolution. If no resolution was reached because we were defeated. Things got pretty rough in there. You awaken to the voice of Detective Reynolds. Blinking in the light of the morning, you sit up, waves of pain shooting through your stiff joints. Reynolds puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's not push it. Besides, I've been watching the back of the factory to see whether anyone or anything is going to follow us out. Add a blood token to the bag. Done. We are at 10. Each investigator earns experience equal to victory X. 2. Man, not having Becky and not having Detective Reynolds for soak. Where are they, anyway? Detective Reynolds! There he is. He's 4 down from the top. Becky's right below him, so to speak. Oh! I agree, Sablika. I just think the day route is probably a lot more, like, parlay, test willpower, test willpower or intellect, blah, blah, blah. And then I think you still go down to the caverns and all that stuff, so. I'm not mad. This feels very correct for a little mini campaign. Tommy tried to stop Julia Stern from becoming a monster, failed, made it to here, was very like, whatever, a cult, I eat cults for breakfast, and then got absolutely butchered by the butcher. Add a blood token. Each investigator earns victory X, which is 2. Skip to resolution 5. You regroup with Detective Reynolds, ready to investigate this Howard Wilkes. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, so that's a mistake in the campaign guide. It didn't say anything about Howard Wilkes. You regroup with Detective Reynolds, ready to investigate Howard Wilkes and make him answer for what's been happening at the facility. So, yeah, that's weird. But he, I guess, got some information about it. Oops. If the investigators found a sheet of arcane symbols, any investigator may become the bearer of the set-aside Sanguine Song. Sanguine Song, a 3-cost asset that takes up an arcane slot. It's got 2 intellect icons. It uses 4 charges. Investigate, you get +3 intellect for this investigation. As an additional cost, you may spend a charge to reveal 2 chaos tokens instead of 1. Resolve both. If you succeed, discover an additional clue for each blood token revealed. Well, that's crazy, but it's a +3 fucking investigation, which we love. Okay, dope. This is definitely going in my deck. We found some arcane symbols, and maybe that's all Tommy really needed, was something that would actually fight fire with fire, as it were. If the investigators found forged permits, we did not. Each investigator who ended the scenario with 2 blood tokens sealed becomes a bearer of the blood blight, if they're not already. Release each blood and return them to the chaos bag. And then there's an interlude. 10 blood tokens. Ah! That's so crazy. So, okay, that time, I don't have that much soak because I didn't draw Detective Reynolds, and I only have a little bit of horror healing, and if it fails, well, that's not very good. Interlude, Friends in Low Places. You and Detective Reynolds meet up at Velma's diner in the early morning to discuss what's next. With the police department alerted to the situation at the meatpacking facility, the detective has his eyes set on the person responsible. And Tommy's like, oh, God, my body. We managed to get a name from those damned yahoos. Reynolds okay, you managed to get a name from those yahoos, but whatever. Reynolds says in low tones over his steaming mug of coffee. Wilkes. Howard Wilkes. I looked into him, some. He's a powerful guy. Lots of money. Lots of friends. Just built himself a brand new apartment in Northside. Calls it his penthouse. Apparently it's some French design. I don't know. Reynolds shrugs. Anyway, while people at the factory have either been becoming cultists or monsters, he's been a bit of a recluse. Hasn't left his place for weeks, doesn't let anyone in. At least, until tonight. Reynolds tells you how Mr. Wilkes is apparently throwing a party at his penthouse, an opportunity to throw money around and impress some other business people from outside of Arkham. He wants to expand his distribution area, get that dirty meat of his to places outside of town. We can't let that happen. We'll need to get into that party. And I know just the guy to get us there. As if on cue, the bell above the diner door rings. You follow Detective Reynolds' gaze to see a familiar face enter. A disheveled man with a round face and a bald head, wearing a fraying gray suit and green tie. Charlie Kane! Politician, famously of the Scarlet Keys campaign on Doomed. Charlie Kane nods with familiarity to the waitress as he makes his way to your booth, sliding in beside Reynolds. Glad you could make it, Mayor, the detective says. Charlie scowls at the remark. This'll need to be quick, he says, looking over his shoulder. Worried they're still after you? Charlie turns a serious look on the detective. They always are. Together, you go over the plan. Kane will get your names on the guest list for the party. You'll arrive, where you and the detective will attempt to detain Wilkes. When Reynolds suggests having police backup on standby, Charlie shakes his head. Wilkes will know what you're planning, the former mayor says. If he gets wind the fuzz are waiting for him, there's no telling what he'll do. Charlie glances out of the windows of the diner, scanning the dark street outside as he speaks. There's one person in particular you should keep an eye out for. Priscilla Thomas. She's a savvy businesswoman from Boston looking to make a distribution deal with Wilkes to get his product shipped throughout the state. It would be best to try and convince her it's a bad idea, however you need to. It would be best to try and convince her this is a bad idea, however you need to. But according to my contacts, Miss Thomas isn't a part of the Wilkes organization, so try using words, not fists. If there are exactly 12 blood tokens in the bag, skip to 4. Which we don't. There are not, thankfully. There are 10 by my calculation, which is crazy. 12 is the max. Otherwise, we must decide. Thanks for the help, Charlie. If you decide to run again, I'll be sure to vote for you this time. Why don't you come with us, Charlie? Let whoever's after you know you're not afraid of them. I like the idea of Charlie Kane coming with us. Let's go Friends in Low Places 3. Charlie narrows his eyes as he considers your request. You can tell that he's mulling over all that has happened so far in your efforts to help the people of the Waterfront District. Well, I've been trying. If all of the following circumstances are true, skip to 5, otherwise skip to 6. The investigators spared Julia Stern or killed Julia Stern is recorded. It's not. The investigators completed their search. Oh god, no investigator has blood blight. Okay, well I should definitely not have invited him, but that's okay, so we skip to 6 instead. Charlie sighs. You've done a lot to help the people of the waterfront, but it's not enough, and you're not done. And what's worse, you've drawn a lot of attention. Attention I can't afford. I'm sorry, but I've already done too much. You're on your own. Proceed to scenario 3. Howard Wilkes' party is at his fancy new penthouse at the top of one of the rebuilt buildings in Northside, overlooking the dark and industrious district of Arkham. You ride the elevator up to the 4th floor and follow the short, clean hallway to the door of the penthouse. Rapping on the door, you're greeted by a tall man in a tuxedo who checks your name and allows you entrance. Hello, Flower! Scenario 2 was quite quick. So yes, I'm still running. I'm about to take a break to set up for Scenario 3, because I think there's time. But very briefly, I managed to find a way down into the caverns. Rather than go immediately, I went back to the manager's office for apparently some arcane symbols, which seems useful. And then the beasts hunted me. The Night Watchman, this big butcher guy, killed the other enemy, but then I fluffed my roll twice, I think, on guns, and then I accidentally just died to horror. Too much damage. Too much horror, specifically. Detective Reynolds, also dressed in formal wear, makes his way over to you as you step out into the foyer. Glad you're here. He says, good, you're here. Problem is, Wilkes isn't around, nobody's seen him. I suggest we deal with Miss Thomas. Get her to rethink her business decision. Oh, and Flower. Charlie Kane showed up, but he won't help us. Sorry, he'll help us get into the penthouse of the guy who's responsible, but he won't, at the party, but he won't help us by coming with us, because we've done too much already. We're trying to go and deal with the industrialist who's kind of at the core of this cult, and we're trying to persuade a certain Miss Thomas to get her stock out of his company, I think, so to speak. I suggest we deal with Miss Thomas. Get her to rethink her business decision. Then we can chat up the rest of the party and see what else we can learn. No, I haven't seen him, Flower. I mean, do you ever, though? Yeah, but yes, Charlie Kane, famously of the Scarlet Keys. He glances around nervously at the other guests, all of whom are looking at him and you with suspicion. Let's be quick about it. Set up. Okay. I'm just looking ahead. There's a bunch of things, but at least there isn't any other choices that I need to make to my understanding. Hang on, let's actually read them. Isn't he hanging around Bermuda? That's funny. Suspicious guests. Check the campaign log. Set some things aside out of play. Gather each copy of Howard Wilkes. Too Far Gone, apparently. Oh, God. There's a Julia Stern we need to find. Another cultist! Ugh! Okay. Oh, and you'll be very glad to know, Flower, there are now 10 blood tokens in the bag. And the real question here is, was it worth getting all those blood tokens? Was it worth it for some extra clues and a sanguine song? No. So, the plan is just to get all of the fucking blood tokens. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. Well, another short but longish break, I think. Because I'm going to set up for scenario 3, which, let's have a look at how long it will take for me to get to where I need to go. That's the real question. Let's have a look. Mind that cotton candy. What cotton candy? What? Oh, hold on. And then we'll raid over to Nerdy Filmmaker, who's playing Expedition 33. Great game, as we all know. I didn't even kill the Night Watchman. Man, that was so sad. Okay. Well, I don't know, so I don't know. Where am I going? That place. Let's see. Is traffic good? It's not great. Okay. So I think I have about 2 hours of stream time left, max. Can I get scenario 3 done? Only one way to find out. My friends, we're going to take another 10-minute break or so as I jam some food in my face, get some more coffee, and set up for scenario 3, Blood Money. See you back on Doomed in just a few minutes. Hello, and welcome back to Doomed. Solo playthroughs through Arkham Horror, the card game I'm missing something, with a focus on roleplay and storytelling. Wonderful to have you all with us. We are into our almost 5th hour with Children of Blood. It's been crazy today. Has it been going well? It's certainly been thematic. Tommy Muldoon, the officer, still the new guy at the Arkham Police Department, has been investigating a series of strange, grisly murders along the waterfront in Arkham. He and Detective Reynolds, his partner, recently did a stakeout and then a break-in of the New Horizons meatpacking plant and found it replete with cultists, beasts, monsters of all kinds. Tommy did not do so well there, but along with the help of Mayor Charlie Kane... Actually, it's true, eh? The Detective Reynolds was like, are they still following you? They, the Red Coterie, no doubt, given what happened in the Scarlet Keys. They are gaining access to the party of one Mr. Wilkes in his penthouse in Northside. They are going to try to dissuade somebody, what's her name, Priscilla Thomas, from investing in his business because New Horizons is people or whatever. Okay. I have spent my XP. I have mostly set up for the scenario, but let's actually just set up the locations while we're still here. Okay. The foyer, dining hall, study, kitchen, and office. There we go. Very straightforward little setup here. Nice. I do like a good straightforward kind of setup. I am still quite disappointed by kind of how things went down in the last scenario there, but Guardians ain't necessarily built for solo, and Chapter 2 kind of proves it. Although I did pretty well for myself, I think, overall. Okay. Let's have a look at the board. Woof. Let's fix this up. We're going to be starting at the foyer, as they say. The foyer, as they say in other places in the world. As a reminder, I've already read the intro, but just to read it again, Tommy and Detective Reynolds have made their way into the foyer of, what's his name's home? What is his name? Howard Wilkes? Howard Hughes, the billionaire? And they're going to try to dissuade Priscilla Thomas, skeptical business partner, from investing, and then try to find him at some point. So, set up, gather. Hi, Ripley. This doesn't feel... Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Ripley likes to jump on just as we're starting the scenario. Don't you, Ripley? Mwah. Yeah, we like you. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. So, we gathered all the encounter sets. We only used some cards from some of them, which we've done. Put the office, study, dining hall, kitchen into play. Put the foyer, boring party side face up. Set the master bedroom aside out of play. If you're playing on easy or standard, also set the balcony aside out of play. We begin at the foyer. Spawn Priscilla Thomas in the dining hall. Priscilla is a sus name. We don't know anything about her yet, Sablik, I'll be honest. Tommy probably has no intel on her. Gather each suspicious guest enemy. If there's exactly one investigator, spawn one at the study. Remove 2 copies from the game, and then the others get shuffled into the encounter deck. Check your campaign log. We use Agenda 2A version 1. I won't say why. Set aside other cards. Gather each copy of Howard Wilkes if you're playing on easy, standard, or hard expert. So, standard. Check your campaign log. If we killed Julia Stern, remove each copy of her from the game. If not, find Julia Stern out for blood. Add a cultist to the bag, which I did already. Shuffle the remaining encounter cards to create the deck. You are now ready to begin. So let us shuffle our encounter cards again. We will do our little ritual here. I'll mention as well our scenario card. Skulls are minus X. X is 1 more than the number of blood tokens sealed on your investigator. So that's going to be -2, but probably more like -11 all the time. Cut the deck. Top goes to the bottom. You know what, actually? The ritual last time went really badly, so let's actually do bottom to the top. Let's reverse things. Cultists are -2. If you fail during an attack or evasion targeting a monster, add a blood token. Well, we're basically full up anyway. We only have 2 left that we can add. Tablets are -3. If you fail and there is a blood token sealed on your investigator, place a clue on your location. Place one of your clues on your location. And then Elder Thing -4. If you fail, ready the nearest exhausted monster. Okay. We also have a suspicious guest, which is aloof and doomed. They give you a distinctly unwelcoming feeling. And we have Priscilla Thomas, who we will look up momentarily. Let's draw our opening hand first, my friends. Let's get doomed. Okay. Guts, police dog, scene of the crime, stakeout, right tool for the job. So I like most of this. I should have a mental trauma. So I start with a horror, so I will keep stakeout, and I will keep police dog, because I can heal that. And I will mulligan the others in search of a weapon. Do I keep right tool for the job in hopes of obtaining a weapon with it? No, we don't have money either, so I will mulligan 3. Emergency cash, a service revolver at least, and an overpower. Okay. That's okay. So we've got some stuff. I don't know why I'm shuffling that. Shuffle these guys back in. Agenda 1A. Party without a host. You've arrived at the party in the middle of dinner, with most of the guests in the dining hall. You can feel eyes on you, even when other guests aren't looking your way. Each ally, civilian, and cultist gains victory 0, so that they don't go in the discard pile. 5 doom. Not bad. Let's see if we can finish Act 1 during the first agenda. Deal or no deal. The host of the party is nowhere to be found, but the party continues nonetheless. This is your opportunity to learn what you can from the other guests, and maybe convince Miss Thomas to abandon her partnership with New Horizons. Free trigger. Choose a ready suspicious guest enemy at your location, and spend either a clue or 2 resources to parlay, and then we read the codex, which is in the book. Objective. At the end of the round, if Priscilla Thomas is not in play, advance. So we could just kill her. That's one way to prevent her company from from dealing with Mr. Wilkes. Priscilla Thomas, skeptical business partner. What is Howard up to? Aloof, doomed, elusive. Actions spend 1 clue, parley, which is again in the codex. Forced after Priscilla Thomas is defeated, remove her from the game. Well, sure. So we could just kill her straight up, but probably not a good idea. Aloof, doomed, and elusive. Elusive is interesting for her because I guess that means if you engage her and fight her, and then you don't kill her, she runs away. Because she would run away, right? The foyer, boring party side face up, is 2 shroud and 0 clues, and it says action, place a clue on the token from the token pool on each revealed location without victory X up to its clue value, up to its clue threshold. Action, resign, you were never a party person. So this replaces clues on other locations, but that's okay for now. Tommy, you know what you gotta do, Tommy. It's a very straightforward day. We're gonna do emergency cash, police dog, service revolver. Do I want to use my ability to get service revolver 2 extra ammo? Yes, because what if I never get another weapon? So, 8 resources, 5 resources, 3 resources, 2 resources left. And I have 5 ammo on the service revolver, which we've never seen. This is... Tommy's dressed in his formal gear today, so he had to come in armed only with the smallest weapon he owns, the service revolver. So, it's also a firearm. It says it's also police traded. It says reaction. After an enemy attacks you, spend an ammo, fight. It targets that enemy, you get +1 combat and deal +1 damage. So definitely not better than anything else, but... So we need clues, and then we need to use clues to maybe parley with the suspicious guests. Anyway, that was my... Why do I have... Oh, yo. Perception and hand crank. Oh. Okay. There's... Not happy to see you. That is a shotgun. So, hand crank and perception were set aside out of play by mistake. They were my hand from the game last time. I would have tried to look for that. Anyway, I'm just going to shuffle them in because I'm not going to go back and reset my hand. I guess... No, I should, because I haven't actually changed the game state that much, to be honest. So I'm going to... Ripley. So, I'm going to reset to 5 resources, and I'm going to do a mulligan. Again. I'm going to do a full mulligan as if I had my full deck, which I now do. I'm also kind of, like... It's a little cheap, but I did not have my full deck, so it feels like I should. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm kind of hoping for Reynolds as well, to be honest. Okay, a Sanguine Song, a Stakeout level 3, a Perception. This is great. We're going to keep... No, we need a weapon, though. We need a weapon. So I'm going to set 3 aside. I'm going to keep the Perception and the Sanguine Song. And I'm going to redraw into a Vicious Blow, a Weakness, a Scene of the Crime, and a Hand Crank Flashlight. Uh-oh! No weapon. So we're going to change our first turn pretty substantially here. We'll head into the study. But first... So yeah, okay. Okay, hindsight 2020. Sanguine Song is a spell that uses 4 charges, and you investigate with +3 intellect, and also it does other stuff. Whereas Hand Crank Flashlight gets you +1 intellect. So I'm going to go ahead and action 1. I'm going to spend 3 resources to play Sanguine Song. Tommy... Tommy, can you hear me? Tommy found these strange ritualistic kind of glyphs at the New Horizons meatpacking plant, and they seem to almost call out to him. He doesn't know what they do yet, but perhaps they'll help him find out what he needs to do. I'm going to move up to the study. The open doorway from the hall looks into the study, a dimly lit room lined with bookshelves and furnished with plush, comfortable chairs. Suspicious guest is aloof. The study has 3 shroud and a clue, and it says after you fail an investigation at this location, draw the top card of the encounter deck. A modestly sized room, the study. I read that wrong. A modestly sized room. The study, much like the rest of the penthouse, is remarkably clean. 3 shroud and a clue. Let's investigate. I have 3 intellect, 6 with sanguine song. It says, as an additional cost, you may spend a charge to reveal 2 chaos tokens. If you succeed, discover 1 additional... Sorry, and then you have to resolve both. If you succeed, discover 1 additional clue for each blood token revealed. Well, I don't need additional clues, so I'm just going to investigate. 6 to 3. Repeatable plus 3 intellect investigate is crazy. 6 to 3. So many tokens in the bag. A fucking tentacle. Alright, good. Out of all the tokens I could have pulled. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. People are whispering and pointing. They know Tommy doesn't belong here. They don't know who he is necessarily, but they know he doesn't belong. Upkeep draws me a card. Stake out level 3 and gains me a resource. We go to 3 resources. In the mythos phase, we go to 1 out of 5 doom and we draw our first encounter card. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide? What's here? Test agility 4. If you fail, either discard an asset you control or choose and discard 2 cards from your hand. Well, yeah, well, I mean, that's that, isn't it? -1. Fail. 2 cards from... I'm not discarding Sanguine Song. It's too good. 2 cards from hand. Hand crank flashlight. And... scene of the crime. Yeah. Back around. Investigate with Sanguine Song. We're gonna try to find these clues, guys. We need the clues. Oh, or free... let's do that first. Free trigger, spend 2 resources. Choose a ready suspicious guest enemy at your location and spend 2 resources to parley. Hello, Ripley. Ripley, do you think this is a good idea? Read Codex A. Party guest. You chat up the party guests, trying to learn what you can while making sure they don't interfere in your investigation. Reveal random tokens from the bag until you reveal a token with a symbol that isn't sealed on an enemy. There's one. It's a blood token. This guest is dressed for business, not a party. What the hell? Skip to Blood Codex. This guest remarks about how Howard Wilkes has met resistance when trying to distribute his product throughout Arkham, making a name for himself among local businesses as a ruthless megalomaniac. This is a great person you found, Tommy. Holy shit. He's brought Priscilla Thomas here this evening in hopes to find success outside the city before his entire operation runs out of funding. Automatically evade this enemy and seal this token on it. Oh, if Priscilla Thomas is in place, seal this token on her instead. Can I... okay. That was cool, I guess. Nice. Okay, let's, well, I sealed the blood token. Oh, shit, and there should be a blood token sealed on me because the round ended. Let's find me a blood token, baby. That's a tentacle. You're not allowed to seal that. Man, none? Man, what? There's freaking 10 of them in here. Where are they? Dude, can you imagine if they all just, like, fell out the bottom or something? There's one. There should be one sealed on me at the end of the round. Okay. First action, investigate with Sanguine Song. It doesn't cost a charge. We just do it. 6 to... no. It's just choose a ready suspicious guest and spend a clue or 2 resources to parley. Although, I think what happens is, yeah, reveal tokens from the bag until you reveal a token with a symbol that isn't sealed on an enemy. And then presumably you seal it and then you won't, you know, blah, blah, blah. So, interesting. Okay. However, I would like clues, please, because the point is for us to parley Priscilla Thomas. So I'm going to investigate 6 to 3. +1. Thank you. A clue. Thank God. A clue. Second action. Let's move to the office. The door to the office rests ajar. a sliver of light from the study reaching through into the shadows beyond. 4 shroud and a clue. Papers are scattered everywhere. Books and documents lie in uneven stacks on every flat surface. Howard is nowhere to be seen, but there may still be something useful to find in here. Reaction: when you would discover 1 or more clues from this location, gain twice that many resources instead. It's a reaction. I'm not going to do that. I don't need money. Investigate. So I did the parlay. That was free trigger. Investigate, move. Let's go again. Sanguine Song. Where's my hand? So it's it's over here. 4 shroud. Investigate 6 to 4. Let's commit a perception to be 8. +1. Again, haven't seen it all game. See it twice now. Perception draws me an emergency cash and gets me a clue. That's great. Honestly, I'm chuffed. And I don't mind having money. I really don't mind having money. Okay. Enemy phase. Priscilla continues to talk. There's a blood token sealed on her for some reason. Suspicious guest. Readies. There's even... It's funny, there's no, like, limit... choose a ready suspicious guest enemy at your location. There you go, Flower. I understand now. So the act says you can only use it on ready suspicious guests, and all of the codexes presumably exhaust them. Which makes sense, because, like, this guest was the one dressed for business. Yeah. Choose reveal tokens until you reveal a token with a symbol that is not sealed on an enemy. So yeah, only once. Okay, upkeep has done. I did not gain a resource. I will gain a resource now. 2 out of 5 doom. I would love to parlay away Priscilla before the agenda advances. But we draw an encounter card first. Unnatural Strength. If there are no monsters enemies in play, it gains Surge. Gains Surge. Who shuffled this deck, but I'm chuffed. Bloodthirst. Test Intellect 3. Seal each blood token revealed during this test on your investigator to a limit of 3. If you fail, discard a card at random from your hand. 1 card at random? You cannot fight this compulsion forever. Oh, I'm bloodthirsty. Okay. Let's test Intellect 3. Blood? +1. Pass. Blood tokens are... If this skill test fails, it seals on me. And... but Bloodthirst says seal each blood revealed during this test on your investigator. But that's fine, because I succeed. I did not seal a blood token at the end of the round either, which I should do now. The biggest time sink of this whole freaking campaign is finding the blood tokens in the bag. I should have done that because of Blood Blight, which I have. Whoop, whoop. Okay, that was the mythos phase. Tommy going through Wilkes's papers, using his little flashlight to try to figure them out, can see now that there's something truly wrong with Mr. Wilkes and his business model. He still doesn't quite know what they do at the meatpacking plant, but obviously something is being done here. We're back around to the investigation phase. I'm going to play emergency cash for $3, 3 resources. Then I'm going to move back to the study, spend 2 of them. Sorry, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to spend 2 resources to parlay the party guest. Reveal tokens until a symbol is revealed. Tablet. Seated comfortably, this guest smiles at you. Skip to tablet. Your conversation with this guest, while enlightening about some strange happenings in French Hill, is otherwise unhelpful. Automatically evade this enemy and seal this token on it. Draw 1 card. Don't mind if I do! It's a guts. Last action. Let's move to the dining hall. The dining hall is pristine and immaculate, almost too clean. Guests linger about, some seated at the table, some standing, all gossiping with one another as they sip their drinks. Priscilla's also aloof. 3 shroud, 1 clue. Each enemy at this location gets +1 fight and -1 evade. Cool. After you successfully evade an enemy by 2 or more at this location, I can deal a damage to it. Okay, as you throw things from the table. Tommy's got enough info about Wilkes's dealings to at least know, like, okay, I'm sure I can convince Priscilla that this guy's not trustworthy, or at least that, you know, investing in this Arkham business isn't trustworthy. She should at least take more time before investing. And I only need to spend 1 clue to parley, so let's... What else do I need to do? That's the end of my turn. No ready enemies that do anything, so I draw a card. It's a scene of the crime. And gain a resource, which takes me up to 4. And then I have to go get a blood token, which, as we all know, is very bad. Dude, there's like... I feel like... The police showed up and said this was a bad investment. Well, seems good to me. Seems legit to me. We go to 3 out of 5 Doom and we draw an encounter card. An enemy. Sanguine Cultist spawns at any empty location. You have to place a Doom on it, but I may seal a blood on myself to prevent this effect, which I'm going to do. I'm going to put the cultist here in the kitchen, because I could kill it, and it would gain victory 1. Or victory 0, sorry. And I'm going to seal a blood token to prevent it from messing me up. Sorry. We're at 3 Doom. If I go to 4, then all of a sudden I have lost a whole round. And I think this turn, I'm going to action, spend a clue, and talk to Priscilla. We've got enough information, I think. We're going to see what happens. Codex B. B for Bravo. B for Be Prepared. Priscilla Thomas. If this is the first time this Codex entry has been triggered, this scenario, proceed to Priscilla Thomas 1. Priscilla Thomas stands near the door to the dining hall, watching the other guests with a look of bored frustration. A host who arrives late to his own party is never a good sign, she says. She turns to regard you as you approach, and her eyebrow goes up in suspicion. I don't suppose you know anything about that, do you? Proceed to Priscilla Thomas 2. You try talking to Miss Thomas about her reason for being at the party, attempting to sow the seeds of doubt in her mind regarding Howard Wilkes and his business. Release each Chaos token sealed on Priscilla Thomas. Place a horror from the token pool on Priscilla Thomas for each token revealed this way. Released this way. That's interesting. Okay, so she has a horror on her now. Choose an investigator at your location to test willpower or intellect 3. If that investigator succeeds, place a horror on Priscilla Thomas. If there are 4 or more. Okay. So I need 4 horror on her, and the only way for her to gain horror is to have chaos tokens sealed on her released, which would be blood tokens. Because I think otherwise, I think the codex for the blood tokens said seal the blood token on her. Yeah. So I can go back and parlay the person here. This guy should be ready. It's interesting, too, sealing away tokens that I don't want. It's very interesting. Okay. Test will or intellect 3. Well, I have will or intellect 3. And I would love to pass, so I'm going to commit this guts to be 2 up. -1. Pass, draw a card. It's a stakeout. Not bad. We place a horror on her. We're at 2 of the 4 that we need. Interesting, interesting, interesting! Okay. So we've managed to speak to her a little bit. Is that all that happens? Then if there's 4 or more. So we need to trigger it again with another clue. But I'm going to try to get get other tokens on her first. So that was action 1, was parley. I drew a card. It was a stakeout. I still need a weapon as well. Then, so I could get clues, but I don't need to. Really what I need to do is go back to the suspicious guest and get a blood token out of it. Or I could head off to the kitchen and take out this sanguine cultist, but it's not doing anything right now. So I think instead... Is it good to get the clue here? I think so. I'm gonna stake out the dining hall and see who shows up. I have 5 intellect against the 3 of the location. And I think I'll commit this scene of the crime to be 3 up. -4. Son of a gun. Okay, stakeout has not worked. Sorry, it worked once. Disaster City. Okay. So then I think I'm just going to go back to the study and then free trigger, spend a clue, and parley with the party guest again. This is very interesting. Reveal random tokens from the bag until you reveal a token with a symbol that isn't sealed on an enemy. Whoa! A blood token. The blood token is... automatically evade this enemy and seal this token on her. If Priscilla Thomas is in play, seal this token on her instead. That's exactly what I wanted. Exactly what I wanted. Okay, great. Perfect. So then, upkeep readies this suspicious guest again. I could do it again next turn, maybe. It draws me a card. Police Dog. Level 1. We go to 3 resources, which is just enough to play Police Dog. Which I probably need. 4 out of 5 Doom. I think the enemies are... Well, the enemies are already coming, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Oh, and I should have sealed a blood token on myself as well. Yeah, so I'll seal a blood token on myself. There's 6 sealed on me, 1 on Priscilla. I drew a Spawn of Zbura Morte, which is a victory 1 enemy, 4 combat, 5 health, 3 evade. I think we bring him to the dining hall. Hunter, Predator, Prey, most sealed blood tokens. Forced, after Spawn of Zbura Morte deals damage, heal a damage from it. That's so bad. Okay, 4-5-3 with no weapon. Well, so I have Police Dog and I have a Vicious Blow, and I have a Stakeout in hand. That's what I have in hand. I'm thinking move to the dining hall, then evade it there, because the enemies there have -1 evade, and after I successfully evade by 2 or more... No, it's not going to happen. I would be evens trying to... I would be evens trying to punch it, and I'd be 1 down trying to... Holy shit, this is bad. Okay. What if I... What if... Instead... This is crazy, I know. What if I spend 2 resources to parlay this guest? The reason I'm going to do this is because I think it'll seal a token, a symbol token, on another investigator, on an enemy, probably. A skull, for example. The guest begins a long, boring, and painfully oblivious story about how they were shocked to see Howard Wilkes choose Northside, the working district of all places, as the location for not only the party, but also his penthouse. You pretend to be interested as they ramble on, a monster coming to stalk you, as you wait. You find a quiet moment to steal away instead. Automatically evade this enemy and seal this token on it. If Priscilla is in play, seal this token on her instead! Okay, great. So now I just need a clue to go and parlay her. It doesn't actually help with this big beast. It doesn't have retaliate, so I think I just try kind of punching it until it dies, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we do. We're just gonna punch it evens 3 times. Here we go. Tommy's like, excuse me for a moment. Steps out. There's like, he steps out sort of onto the balcony for a smoke. A winged beast sweeps down and he just starts like, tussling with it. I'm just gonna fight it. 4-4. Nope. This one. 2, we go again. -2, nope. Shit. Because if I can find a gun or something. Let's go one more time. Sorry, before I do this, let's commit Vicious Blow to this test. 1 up. Ah! I dropped one. I'm hoping for like an Elder Sign or something. A -1, but I committed the Vicious Blow. Success, 2 damage. Okay, off. After spawn of Bourmorte attacks, heal a damage from it. Okay, so it'll attack me and it'll heal a damage. I take 2 damage and a horror. I'm hoping upkeep will draw me something, because otherwise we're in trouble. Ah yes, because in the enemy phase, it also eats this suspicious guest, which is doomed. Nope, that goes back in the bag. So it dives in and swoops out with a guest. Okay. If the suspicious guest dies, it's doomed, so it gets a doom. Does doomed then cause... Does it proc immediately? It can cause the agenda to advance. Okay, so it advances during the enemy phase, and then we're going to go from there. It gains victory 0. Whoop, it's out of play. Just as the staff are serving dessert, the sound of shattering glass from the kitchen. The people in the dining hall pause in a tense moment of silence until one of the guests rises from his chair. Sounds like Howard is having his own party, the man says with a smirk. He moves towards the door to the kitchen just as a fanged monster leaps through, bringing him to the ground. The other guests scream in terror, and the party plunges into bloody chaos. If Julia Stern is set aside, spawn her at the dining hall. Oh boy. Julia Stern out for blood. Sorry, the dining hall? Is that what you said? Jesus H. Is that where? No, that's next to me. She's an alert, elusive hunter, 4/6/4 +1 health. When the enemy phase ends, if Julia Stern is at the same location as Howard Wilkes, they deal 2 damage to each other. Search the encounter deck discard pile and all in-play areas for 1 civilian enemy, and add it to the victory display. Okay. I think civilians would be probably the suspicious guests. Yeah, so I will put 1 out of play, which is going to make it harder, although I don't need it anymore to parlay Priscilla, but I think that's kind of the least of my problems. Search the encounter deck and discard pile for 1 civilian. Oh, spawn them at different locations with no investigators if able. Okay, well, I shouldn't have. Come here, you suspicious guest. Spawn them at different locations with no investigators if able. Yeah, okay, I'll spawn one at the office. I don't know. Bruh, this is so bad. I didn't have a gun. I mulliganed! Okay, that was Agenda 1B. This is very bad. Agenda 2A, Feeding Frenzy. The blighted workers of New Horizons have found their way here. Did they come of their own volition? Or did you inadvertently lead them here? To Doom, each ally, civilian, and cultist gains victory 0. Now, that was enemy phase. Upkeep draws me a card. It's an unexpected courage. Something, anyway. Gets me a resource. The spawn is engaged with me because it attacked... it killed the enemy. Yeah, it killed the enemy, which was doomed. Okay. Upkeep, and then I also have to seal a blood token on myself. Oh, God. Hi, Ripley. Oh, Ripley, do you want to come step on Julia Stern about 6 times? No. Oh, gosh, she's so cute. Hello, Ripley. You're wondering why Papa's just sitting here, sitting in his chair the whole time, huh? Mwah. Okay. Well, that went downhill really fast. I could maybe evade an enemy, but otherwise I do not know what I'm going to do. Well, we go to 1 out of 2 doom anyway. If I had a clue, I could just parlay Priscilla and win. We place a doom because that advanced during the enemy phase. Then we draw an encounter card. A blood-crazed zealot spawns at any empty location. Well, that's gotta be at the foyer. After a blood token is sealed on an investigator, place a doom on blood-crazed zealot. Well, that's... Alright, we're back around to the investigation phase. What the hell are we doing? I have a police dog and no money to play him. I have a stakeout, which will heal a couple of horror, but no money to play it. Unexpected courage. Detective Reynolds has been the worst, man. He's never here. The spawn of Zbuaramurarte. I don't have the ability to defeat this thing, right? Not without a gun. Not without my leg. Julia Stern is an alert hunter. She no longer has retaliate when the enemy phase ends, but she does 2 damage and a horror. Because I could evade the guy and run back to the office. But then what, right? Like, what does that actually do? It lets me place token. It lets me take tokens out of the bag. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Ideally, I would kill the spawn, but I can't. So we evade the spawn, and we commit unexpected courage and the stakeout, which brings me up to 5-3. That's the best I can do, I think. A tablet. -3. Place one of your clues on your location. Well, I don't have any clues, so... Oh my god. Okay. If we keep punching it, he will heal every time he deals damage. So I'm not going to get ahead. So I really just have to try to evade. Or I play police dog, but that doesn't help either, really. I don't have any money for it. So... Woof. If we evade 1 down, I might be able to evade. If we punch twice evens, there's a possibility of doing more damage to him than he'll heal. But also, Julia Stern is hunting in. I mean, I think this is the end of the line for me. I want to see what happens in Agenda 3, because if Howard comes in, then he and Julia will, like, eat each other, and maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the play. This is so bad, dude. Well, good thing I have a lot to do before I go to this dinner, at any rate, so. Hello again, Ripley. The spawn of Zbuaramurarte. I guess, like, either way, I'm taking a punt, right? So, Tommy would try to kill it, so I'm gonna fight twice on evens. No, I'm gonna fight once on evens. Cultist, -2. Add a blood token to the bag. Holy shit. I'm adding a blood token to the bag. We are now at 11 of 12 blood tokens. And now I will attempt to evade the creature. Evens? No, 1 down. No, I'm gonna punch him again. Oh my god, it sucks. Yeah, Man, I didn't have a weapon. Fight. -1. We were evens, so no love. Enemy phase. A lot of stuff's happening here. So, Hunter's Hunt. Hunter's Hunt. Then, Predator. There's no things that... Oh! No, the spawn... Predator only... Ripley, what are you doing? What's it say here? Predator is... Yeah, it deals 1 damage to a non-elite enemy with a fight value lower than its own, which it does not have. They're both the same fight value. So I'm gonna take 4 damage and 2 horror. Takes me up to 5 damage and 4 horror. Then this heals the damage from the spawn. And that's it for the enemy phase. Upkeep draws me a right tool for the job. Lol. And I seal a blood token, which means I place a doom on the blood crazed zealot, but it's about to go away because I'm placing another doom and I'm advancing the agenda. Agenda 2B, Violent Rebirth. The once immaculate penthouse has become a chaotic bloodbath, you don't have to tell me, as the monsters indulge in the frightened and confused party guests. To your horror, the bodies that line the floor don't remain motionless for long. For each ally, civilian, and cultist card in the victory display, spawn one of the set-aside Child of Blood enemies exhausted at the location with the most investigators. For each enemy you cannot spawn, add a blood token. Okay, so we're spawning 2 Children of Blood at my location, exhausted. It doesn't matter. I've got it's just where are we here? The study. It's a fucking bloodbath, guys. Shuffle the set-aside shuffle the encounter discard pile and each remaining set-aside Child of Blood enemy into the encounter deck. I think there's just the one left. Yeah. Agenda 3A, Under a Blood Moon. The monsters are beyond reason as they horrifically consume the panicked guests. The party quickly descends into madness. After a civilian or cultist is defeated via the Predator keyword, remove the defeated enemy from the game. Search the encounter deck and discard pile for a monster, and spawn it exhausted at the defeated enemy's former location. Doesn't matter. Oh, shoot, I should be shuffling in the encounter discard pile. This will be very quick. I now have a 4/5/3 and a 4/7/4 engaged with me, along with 2 exhausted Children of Blood. Tommy looks on in horror as the creatures, having killed party guests, they begin to get up, slowly writhing. I'm gonna draw an encounter card. Grisly Compulsion. Test Willpower 2. It gets +1 difficulty for each blood token sealed on your investigator. Doesn't matter. I'm failing this test, that's for sure. What do I have? A -1! If you fail, deal 2 damage to an investigator or ally at your location. I will take 2 damage. I go to 7 damage, so I have 2 health and 2 sanity remaining. We're back around to the investigation phase. Can I get to the foyer to resign? Can I get to the foyer to resign? No. If I can evade, then I could move, but then there's a cultist blocking the way out. So, this is the end for Tommy Muldoon. So, how do I want to go out? I want to try... Oh my god. Yeah, well, I would try to run. Run to the foyer, take 2 attacks of opportunity. As Tommy tries desperately to rush back towards the front door, he sees a man near the front dousing himself in blood, ripping entrails out of the doorman who collapses over and smearing them on himself. The screeching terrors behind him catch up to him, and everything goes dark, presumably? We read Investigator Defeat. You struggle against the monsters, but their numbers and ferocity overwhelm you, feeding on your flesh as you're forced to the floor. Your entire world is a blood-soaked tempest of blinding pain before you finally give in to the darkness of death. Each defeated investigator is killed. If another resolution was reached, we proceed to that resolution. Otherwise, the investigators failed to stop the Children of Blood. The investigators lose the campaign. Tommy failed to stop Julia Stern. Tommy failed to stop the Children of Blood. No XP, no nothing. Right, Flower? I mean, that's kind of my thought. Like, it's not like it's like the world didn't end, you know? Just, she's a little scary. So they're somewhere between vampires and werewolves, I guess. Now, how do we feel? A little disappointed with how quickly that went downhill. Very quickly. So if I had had a weapon, if I had, say, Becky or whatever out, I might have been able to kill the spawn, and then I would have been in a position to go try to hunt down Julia. And then there were enough tokens sealed on Priscilla that if I got another clue, I could probably get her parlayed, and then that would have been something else. I don't know. However, such is life. Arkham may be overrun by the Children of Blood, but maybe they'll just call in the army or carpet bomb the place, or who knows? They dealt with Cthulhu, it'll be fine. Call Marion. My friends, that'll have to do it for me for today. Thank you so much for joining me in today's stream. This is amazing. I like my setup. It was really, really hard to like put it all together, just given the vagaries of my home and my setup. So I really appreciate you guys being here. This will be a very long video on YouTube, but I can't wait to put it up there, and so people can roast my play, roast my deck building. I don't know. I think Tommy was a lot of fun. I'm definitely going to reattempt this campaign with a different investigator, and I look forward to the next Doomed campaign. I have a solo fan campaign in mind, and always a few Twoomed thoughts as well. A reminder, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern is... I should be getting my... Hang on. Let's just bring this over here. Come here, you. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. you can join us for another episode of Exalted Datafall. We're on to episode, 15, I think? Great stuff. I'm really enjoying it. We're going to Yushan. Hop in, losers. We're going to Yushan. Of course, the Discord is the place to find out all that information. Thank you, Flower. I really appreciate it. I'm just glad we got it done. Even if it was a little sad to, watch it fall apart so quickly. Hey, surprise, surprise, it's a tough campaign. But it's cool, and I do like how it seems to be geared towards replayability, even though it's small. So that's kind of fun. That'll do it for me. I'm going to raid us over to see the nerdy filmmaker, who is playing Expedition 33 at the moment. I cannot wait to see you all there. I'm going to watch him while I clean up. Thank you all so much for joining me today on Doomed, and we'll see ya next time. Bye-bye.